Hello everyone! I hope you're all doing well tonight. Well, welcome to the Forest of Memories. As always, I am Zaruk Windcaller, your guardian, your high remembrancer, and your arbiter. We return to Radio General, a game that I played early last year, or maybe even before that. But it was a game that surprisingly a lot of people liked, probably because of all the interactivity with it. But it recently got a DLC, and 7 new missions. I don't know if we're going to get them all tonight. I don't know. I'm going to try, because as I said, I'm going to be moving next week, so streaming may or may not happen. But with that in mind, I will delay no longer. Well, actually, I'll delay for a few more seconds. Firstly, if you're watching this on the VOD, hello, I'm Zaruk. Come watch it live on Twitch at Zaruk Windcaller on Twitch. If you are in the chat now, if you type !YouTube, you'll get a link to the VOD channel. And the VODs will go up every week, usually after, like a week after they've gone live. Second, if you want updates or want to know what's going on with me or what the schedule for games is going to be, go to my Discord. Go to my Twitter. !social in the chat will give you a link to that. You can also follow me on Twitter at Zaruk Windcaller on Twitter. And then finally, if you are in the chat and you want to be part of our community and join the Forest of Memories, then hit !Discord and it'll give you a link to that. We welcome everyone and we have a number of VTubers in there as well. But I will delay no longer. We must drive the Germans out of the Netherlands. So, if you are Canadian in the chat, I know Mel is Canadian, but I don't think she's here right now. But if you are Canadian, this is for you, because we're playing as Canadian soldiers, for those who don't remember. Now, let's get to it. Alright, so I have done some practice. I had to get used to the new systems, so... But before we do that, I need to make sure the audio stuff is working, so... Let's see... Everything's okay. Push to voice. Okay, got it. We should be good to go then. It's been a while since I played this. I hope I remember everything. Alright. So, we're going to we ended off with the Normandy campaign in 44. Now we go to 1944 to 1945 with the Water Rats DLC. First off, the Battle of Boulogne. An intact channel port must be taken. Use air support, artillery, use air support, I should say armor, but use air support, armor, and artillery to soften up German defenders before a massive infantry push. Alright? Also, I hope y'all don't mind real quick. I've got a cookie here. Welcome to Boulogne. Location, northeast France, along the Channel coast. Its features a medieval history and a deep seaport. A picturesque European fishing port, Boulogne features a 12th century belfry and a medieval castle with foundations dating back to the Roman times. The town is no stranger to sieges. Impressive medieval walls, including 4 gates, 17 towers, consisting of a 15-meter-long wall, encompasses a fortified section of the old town. Henry VII in 1492 laid siege to Boulogne, and again 60 years later by Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. Boulogne was also a vital landing point during the First World War. Got a Churchill tank here. It's so cool that they have all these pictures. And this is the Royal Canadian Air Force, who are one of the big driving points for this DLC where you get air support, finally. What's this? Ah, that's the supply line stuff. Okay. Our supply lines are stretched thin, as supplies must still travel over 400 kilometers from the initial Normandy beaches. Okay, history thing real quick. This was actually one of the biggest problems with the Normandy landings. The plan had been to take a lot of the ports intact, but to do that, they had to get there quickly. Unfortunately, history proved that it wasn't to be. Chambois, which was the largest port to the west, was destroyed by a mix of German sabotage and Navy bombardment. And the further east you went, most of the channel ports were either destroyed or too shallow to make use of. To make matters worse, one of the artificial mulberries, which was an artificial harbor, one of the mulberries on the edges of Normandy was destroyed in a storm, meaning supplies were even harder to come by. This is actually why the Allies slowed down in mid to late 44, because they just didn't have the supplies to keep pushing. Talk to me, Goose. Alright. A new port on the Channel coast is desperately needed. However, Hitler has issued fortress orders to coastal garrisons. No retreat, no surrender. The word they use is Festog. Fortress. They have stockpiled food and ammunition and are ready for a siege. You've been given air support, which can perform various sorties such as aerial recon, aerial bombardment, and tactical airstrikes. Coordinate your aerial reconnaissance with your artillery batteries and hammer important targets in the city before launching an all-out infantry assault. We've suffered significant casualties throughout Normandy and would appreciate keeping new casualties to a minimum. Enemy strength. Battalion. 300 to 700 infantry, artillery, anti-tank guns, tanks, bunkers, and the foxholes in the city itself are formidable obstacles. Possible panzers north and south of the city. Oh. Okay. The city itself contains artillery, anti-tank guns, and infantry. Advice. Use your air support to take recon photos of Boulogne itself, and have artillery and bombers plaster noted enemy positions. Destroy the artillery and anti-tank guns before your assault. And the objective is simple. Hold north and south Boulogne, but we lose a point for every 100 casualties we take. Let's see. Well, we already know these two areas are going to be pockets of resistance, so... My biggest concern is the bridge. Because, well... if we're coming up from the south, and we have to charge across that bridge... we're gonna get massacred. It doesn't matter how many times we bomb. It doesn't matter if we turn the city to rubble. We'll get massacred. So, I'd like it better if we could flank around the city and take it from two sides. But, we'll see. Alright. So. First things first. Air support. So. We have access to number 6 group, RCAF. Now, as I said, I've been practicing, so these guys are pretty elite by now. Let's see. So, who's here? Now, as I've said, units that we use a lot get named. So, let's see. Lord Rallius, you're new here. You haven't seen me play this. You're here, so what would you like to name the air unit? Like I said, I either name them after people in the chat, or the people in chat name the unit. So... Horizon Wing? Oh, I like it. Very nice. RCAF Horizon Wing. There we go. Done. Now, along with that, we have access to we'll start with the air power. Now, the thing about the Horizon Wing is they have enough fuel for 10 sorties, but it takes them 40 seconds after every sortie. But in exchange, they do a shit ton more bombardment damage. They gotta load up their they take longer because they gotta load up their planes with more bombs. So, we'll start with them. And as time goes on, we'll get reinforcements. At 045, we'll get, and 060, we'll get artillery. And they'll be used to soften everything up. We won't get our main forces until 6 in the morning. So, with tanks and infantry. So, first things first. First off, we have the Royal Canadian Artillery. Let's see, what was their deal? Barrage damage, yeah. Let's see. Alright. So we'll go with them first. We also have the ADATS Regiment, which I call the Anti-Dat Shit Regiment. Because they only fire one shell, but it's extremely powerful. So, but we're going to start with the Royal Canadian Artillery, which needs a name. So, let's see. Thomas, you're here. What do you want to name this artillery unit? As of now, it's Royal Canadian Artillery. It needs a new name. I mean, I guess we could call it Rhino Artillery or Rhino Company. Rip you a new one. I mean, they fire 8 shells per barrage, so I mean, that will most definitely rip someone a new ass. While Thomas decides on that, I'm going to I'm definitely gonna bring the King of Battle Regiment. Well, yeah, well, I need, because the problem is, as you do, you could choose between doing more damage or more barrages. So, see, we only get to bring 2. So, and the thing is, we're probably going to need more, you're always going to need more artillery than you think. So, we're definitely going to bring the King of Battle Regiment. Because they only, well, actually, no, because they only get 5 barrages. So, well, I'm definitely going to bring the ADATS Regiment. They may only get 1 shell, but that shell obliterates everything. So, alright, Rhino Salvo. Okay, we can do that. There we go. Yeah, you only need to fire once. Alright, so, and we'll bring the right now. They only get 6 barrages, but the ADATS Regiment gets, well, I don't know if you guys saw it. The ADATS Regiment gets 55 barrages because they only fire 1 shell at a time. But, like, that matters. If I want something to go away, I call those guys. Let's see. Alright, next, the tanks. Now, I have a number of tank groups that are veterans, but we're gonna go into this as if we didn't have them. Remember, we gotta be careful with these newbies. So, let's see. Because, like, for example, we got the Sendar Dragon Regiment that Caleb Sendar named. We have Mel's Queen's Dragon Guard. Let's see. We have the Gentle Breeze Regiment. Let's see. What do we got? Gains 20%, loses defense, loses 30 damage. Gains 80% morale, but refuses to retreat. Player orders. Gains 0.4 kilometer attack range, but loses damage. Ugh. We'll bring the 3 Rivers tank group. And then I'll bring the Sendar Dragon Regiment as reserves if we need more tanks. But as always, it's going to come down to the infantry. So, first off, gonna bring my good boys, the Cataclysm Regiment. They have never failed me before. Let's see, who else we got in here? I mean, we're gonna be charging, so I need to do we need to push through. Let's see. I'll bring the Zoroark Regiment. And then we'll need a new unit. Let's see. Superstitious. The Try Again. Yeah, the Try Again Regiment. I wish we had a group that was, aggressive. We need an aggressive unit, but we don't have any infantry that are aggressive. So, let's see. Cautious. Superstitious. Defensive. Wily. Loses movement speed. No, we need to move quick here. We'll take the Edmonton Infantry. And then for a reserve, Let's see. Let's see, we're gonna need... Let's see, let's bring the 48th Highland. Well, no, they're really slow. We need to move. So we'll bring the Hastings and Prince Edward infantry. There we go. Okay.
Air support here. You can call on Table. Contact established with forward observers. Let's drop some bombs.
You've been given air support. Air support can fulfill a number of roles, including reconnaissance. Have Able perform aerial reconnaissance on Boulogne. Alright. Well, if I'm gonna do that, I need to see the map first. Aerial recon. Okay. Able. Aerial recon. Foxtrot 10.
Able here. Foxtrot 10. All right. Be back in a jiffy.
So they will go and they'll actually take a picture of this area. They'll actually go and snap a picture. So, alright. Start mission.
Affirmative. Moving into position.
Alright, here we go. Hello, Ice Bear. Welcome. Make yourself at home. We're playing Radio General. Alright. So, Able will do a reconnaissance run and take a picture of Boulogne so we can see what's in the city. I'm going to take pictures here, 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 and here. Because we need to mark targets for the artillery. Let's see. We have 2 infantry for... oh, right. I can deploy reserves. Deploy reserves. Infantry.
HQ here. Deploying reserve infantry.
Deploy reserve. Tanks.
HQ here. Able here. Get our planes refuel for our next stop. Hey! Artillery here. You can call us Baker. Here at November. Tanks. Ready to drop the hammer.
Okay. So, y'all can see right here, the game's paused. Using unit positions gleaned from your aerial reconnaissance, you can now have Able perform aerial bombardments. Use the aerial bombardments and your artillery to soften up entrenched positions in Boulogne. Be careful, though, as your recon photos may become out of date if the enemies move. Okay, so, in this photo right here, y'all can see they've got anti-tank guns right here at the entrance. They got an infantry force that's probably going to move into the city center. There's tanks at the bridge, and there's another anti-tank unit. So, oh, and there's artillery in that fortified position over there. So, we're going to have to push them out. Trying to think. Probably, I'll drop, I'm trying to think. Because, like, the thing about aerial bombardments is that they do exactly what you think they do. But they do take time. And units will sometimes move out of the way to avoid them. So, trying to think. I'm going to need another photo later in a minute, but for now, I'll probably call in some artillery. I'll use the ADATS regiment to fire on this artillery unit over here to get rid of it. And then we'll use our other artillery to suppress this position right here. What is that? Foxtrot 9. So, actually, no, I should probably drop it on 10, because that's where the infantry are. Well, I take that back. We need to destroy... The advice said to destroy the anti-tank guns and the artillery, because our guys are good. They can push guys out if they're given enough time. And we can always use counter... We can always drop artillery as the battle starts, but I need to get rid of these positions. So, Alright, we'll see. Put that right over here. Alright. Able. Aerial reconnaissance at Foxtrot 7.
Able here. Foxtrot 7. Confirmed. Were your eyes in the sky? Artillery reporting for duty. Will be time. We're at 5-7. Weather forecast. Predict heavy shelling for the enemy.
Baker, fire barrage at Foxtrot 10.
Baker, raining thunder down on Foxtrot 10.
Alright, so that's the ADATS regiment. Baker, sustain...
Able here. Air support ready for the next stop.
Okay. So, there's an infantry unit dug in at this fort, and there's another infantry unit waiting at the entrance. Alright. First things first, let's try to wipe out these defenses if we can. That's here. Golf 8. Baker, fire barrage at Golf 8.
Baker, dropping shells on Golf 8.
Sniffles, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. Charlie, fire barrage at Golf 8.
Charlie here. Artillery firing at Golf.
Baker, sustain barrage, Delta 9.
Baker, coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Delta 9. We'll grind them in this dust. Hal here. Moving to grid. Kilo 3. Item in. Right. 13. It is.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me think. Alright, so we're lobbing shells into this position to get rid of the artillery. I just pounded that position. I'll probably do it again one more time, and then I'm going to have to save this artillery for when we're attacking. Charlie, fire barrage at Golf 8.
Charlie, raining thunder down on Golf 8. Hal here, arrived at Kilo 3.
Able, aerial bombardment, Golf 11.
Able here, scrambling bombers for bombing mission on Golf 11. Item in, we're here at Right 13. Baker, enemy artillery battery is out of commission.
Good. Now y'all watch the map right here. Alright. Baker, sustain barrage at Hotel 7.
Baker, hold on, we're not done with our previous barrage.
Baker, ceasefire. Cancel artillery.
Baker, canceling barrage.
Baker, sustain barrage at Hotel 7.
Baker, dropping shells on Hotel 7. Time to turn that position into hamburger. We've completely destroyed an enemy company.
Okay. How do I memorize the jargon? Oh, it's under their name. It's under their tags right here. It actually shows you. Okay.
Able here. I'm getting reports that did some real damage. Sortie complete. What's the next one quarter?
Able, aerial bombardment at Golf 8.
Able here. Halifax bombers acting on the runway. Heading for Golf 8.
Fuck everything in that town.
Able here. Bombs on their way. Glad I'm not down there. Able here. We've completely destroyed an enemy company.
Oh, really? Huh. That must have been... I'm not sure if that was the anti-tank or that was probably another anti-tank unit.
Baker here. I don't see any. Able here. Yeah! That was a direct hit. You call, we deliver. Where next?
Just wiped out another infantry unit. Good. Okay. Baker, cancel artillery.
Baker here. Delay them. fire mission.
Alright. Able, aerial reconnaissance at Foxtrot 9.
Able here. Eyes in the sky checking out at Foxtrot 9.
We've literally we've neutered some of the defenses, but I need to make sure, I need another flyover to see what we're shooting at. Because we've wiped out both of the anti-tank gun positions, and we took out the artillery. Now I need to find where the tanks and the rest of the infantry are.
Three Rivers, tanks reporting in as call sign. Dog, we're at November. 13 tank squadrons fueled up and ready to move out.
Alright. Let's see. Also, cool thing the game lets you do, you can use like little markers to show what enemy you're fighting against, and every time you kill them, you want to move them off the map, because at the end, HQ will basically say, hey, what do you think you encountered? And you need to tell them, you know, what you think you encountered, and if you have the little tokens, it's easier to do. And the better, the more you list, like the more accurate you are, the more bonus experience your guys get. I know, let's see, Hexy, right? Yeah, Hexalien. Yes, this game is amazing. Alright, let's go. Wait for that recon photo. Slide it across my desk, if you don't mind.
Able here. No rest for the wicked. Where do you need us next?
Okay, so it looks like the tanks and the infantry are bundled up right in this town center, which means we need to flatten that place. And looks like there is looks like the remaining infantry are, yeah, they're huddling in the city center. Okay. Alright. We can deal with that. So that is Foxtrot 7 and Foxtrot 10 and Echo 10. Alright. Well. Able, aerial bombardment at Foxtrot 10.
Able here. Foxtrot 10. Won't know what hit him.
Charlie, fire barrage at Foxtrot 7.
Charlie here.
Baker, sustain barrage, Foxtrot 7.
Baker's coordinates confirmed. Firing
Fuck
barrage at
those
Foxtrot
guys.
7. We'll continue firing until told to stop. Infantry battalion reporting for duty. We'll be Fox. We're at November 3. Infantry ready for the dirty work. Fox here, roger. Moving to Kilo 3. Fox here. Able here. Bombers are overhead and are about to drop their payload. Steer clear of the marked zone.
Able, aerial reconnaissance at Gulf 14.
Able here. On to cancel our current sortie first.
Oh, never mind that. Bomb
Royal
place there.
Edmonton Infantry reporting in as call sign. George, we're at November 1. Able here. Bombardment was on target. Aerial sortie
Able,
finished.
aerial
Ready for
reconnaissance
our
at Gulf
next
14.
mission. Able here. If your smile's ready, Gary, you're going to be famous.
How old's the game? Only about a few years. I think it's like 2 or 3 years old at this point. 501st, this game's amazing. I streamed this game early on, and a lot of people loved it, and this is the DLC for it, which has air power added. Alright, I want to check those foxholes before we move out.
Georgie, heading to Kilo 3.
Also, you want to make sure, you want to move your guys on the map so you know where they are.
Kilo 3.
Alright. Let's see. Just slide that photo over here if you don't mind. Baker, cancel artillery.
Baker, gunners, full fire.
I thought so. There's a tank unit in those foxholes. Alright. Able, aerial bombardment at Gulf 14.
Able here. Bomb bays loaded and are en route to Gulf 14.
Fuck those tanks. I'm about to flatten. I'm gonna flatten that position. Dog and item move to Kilo 14. Dog, item, move to Kilo 14. Kilo 14? No. No. Cancel.
Item here. Kilo 14. Get in. Item here. We're here at Kilo 14. Dog here. Arrived at Kilo 14.
Alright, good. I guess they got it. It's not perfect, but it works. But remember, it was made by a Canadian team, so the accents are kind of funny. How? Report status.
Hal here. We're at Mike 4. On our way.
How? Move to Kilo 3. Or better yet.
Hal here. Eagle here. That was a hit. Eagle coordinates coming 2.
Alright, they got 2 sorties left. Dog and item. Move to Golf 14.
Item here. All right. Heading to grid. Golf 14.
Alright, we know there's a tank unit there, so mark that. We also know there's a tank unit here, an infantry unit here, and then another infantry unit here.
Dog here. Get down! We're being shelled from an unknown position.
Oh. Shelling.
Item here. We got ourselves a tank battle here. We're attacking stealth and range.
Let's move this one out of the way. Because that one doesn't count. Baker, sustain barrage at Foxtrot 10.
Baker here. Raining thunder down on Foxtrot 10. We'll grind them into dust. Fox here. Moving to grid. Hotel. Hal here. Hotel 3. It is. George here. Roger. Moving to Hotel 3. Easy here. Heading to Hotel 14.
Just keep dropping it on them. We gotta move up. Time's a wasting.
George, we've arrived at Hotel 3. Hal here. Fox here. We're here at Hotel at Wimaru. Hal here. Preparing to assault. George, moving out to Fox here. Form up. Hal here. Things are oblivious to us. Launch the ambush. George, they're using that charge as a base of fire. Keep moving forward.
Oh, there's more tanks.
Enemy bastard falling back.
Able. Tactical airstrike. Oh, what is it? Oh, right. Hold on. There it is.
Able here. Typhoons will strafe target with rockets and easy here. We're here at Hotel 14.
Now, the infantry's engaged the tanks, but I just called in a tactical airstrike, so if you watch this right here, this is so cool. Watch this part of the map.
Able here. Let's give him hell. Rockets and cannons opening fire.
Some typhoons will strafe the area. Alright.
Able here. Forward of service. Report that fireman. Dog here. All right. Heading to grid. Item here. Moving to grid. Foxtrot. Easy here. Foxtrot. Well, it is.
Baker, cancel artillery.
Baker here. Canceling barrage.
Is there risk of friendly? Yes. Friendly fire is very real.
Item here. We've arrived at Foxtrot 12.
Get this out of here. This too.
Dog here. We're here at Foxtrot 12.
Alright. Time to push into the city.
Item here. You can count on us to catch. Dog here. Stay frosty, everyone. Easy here. Preparing. Item here. Get the cover! Where are those shells coming from? Keep your head down and stay away from the window! Tanks are shelling us!
There's 2 tank groups in there. What? I need to make sure I have the position right. Baker, sustain barrage at Foxtrot 10.
Baker, Roger. Dropping shells on Foxtrot 10. Time to turn.
Charlie, fire barrage at Foxtrot 4.
Charlie here. Artillery firing at Foxtrot 4. 2. Item here.
Baker, cancel artillery. No, Baker, cancel artillery.
Baker here, delay the Hal here. Wimaru is ours now. Charlie here. I'm getting reports that it's item here. Panthers approaching town. George, we've arrived at...
So they pulled back. So they're all in here, which is good. We need to keep pushing. So there's 3... We got 1 over here, but we got 2 tank groups unaccounted for. They're probably back in the city. Alright.
George, you can count on us to capture location. Frosty here. Frosty, everyone. Heading to consider location 2. Be ours. Hal here. Roger. Heading to location 2.
Let's see.
George, preparing.
Whoop.
Assault location 2.
There we go. Infantry. They must have pulled out of the city.
Right. Move left. Right gun. Hold here. And here. Item here. We knocked out the entire Panther squad.
Good. Item, report status.
Item. We're engaged. 11. Protected by Dahl. And easy. We're firing upon infantry. Location. Now here, Fox here. That's the last we'll see of those enemy infantry. Hal here. Planting the flag at location 2.
Alright, so we got that one. Where's Delta? It said...
Hal here. Arrived at location 2.
Alright. Able, aerial bombardment. Delta 9.
Able here. Coordinates confirmed. We'll bomb Delta 9. Hal here. We've won this engagement.
Fox, report status.
Fox, engaged at location 2. And our support arrived at location 3. George and Hal. At everyone. Take targets with hold fire. Dog here. Location 3 is under new management. At location 3, heading southeast. Able here. We open up those tanks like King Can.
Good.
George, we're getting slaughtered out here!
Able, cancel bombardment.
I don't see any of them moving. I think those enemy infantry are toast. Roger, canceling tardy. Able here. We lost all. Eagle. Item here. We're at location. Dog here. We're at location 3. We suffer. Easy here. We're at location 3. We're running close to half strength.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Fox here. We're at location 3. We're headed to Delta 9. We've taken minor casualties. Fox here. Roger. Here.
That's not good. Report. What happened?
Here at. We placed our tanks on the roads approaching town.
Oh,
and
no.
are selling approaching enemy.
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no,
Here.
no, no.
Got eyes on Eagle. At hotel.
Oh, no.
North. West.
Oh, no. Did you idiots go wandering into the kill? Did you just, guys? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Did you guys chase the enemy?
Easy here. That's the last we'll see of those enemy infantry.
Oh, my God. I think, oh, no. I think these 2 infantry companies chased the enemy across the bridge and ran right into an... Oh, God. Why did you chase?
Fox here. We've arrived at location 2.
Oh, God. I think they chased the enemy over the bridge and got caught in the bombing run. Jesus. Yeah. Either they've retreated or they've been wiped out. Damn it. Shit, why did you idiots chase? I told you to go to location 2. I didn't say chase the enemy. Not sort of, Hexilium. What ends up happening is that if they get if they get involved in a fight and they push the enemy back, they will basically pursue them enough to basically, you know, motivate the enemy to keep moving. Essentially. Hey, Lord Raleigh, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. And Hexilian, there are certain troops that have an ability called Zealous, which means that they have a lot of high morale, but if you tell them to retreat, they'll ignore you because they don't know the meaning of the word. But these two are not like that. I think what happened was during the fight, they pushed the infantry and the tanks out of the city and across the bridge, and these guys kept harrying them to push them back, and they ended up wandering. Because remember, y'all need to remember, this is World War II. Accurate bombing is not a thing yet. So you can mark a position, and sure, that position will take most of the hits, but more often than not, they're going to scatter. So what happened was these guys came across the bridge, were probably standing here at Echo 9 or Foxtrot 9, and got hit in the blast, got caught in the carpet bombing. Fuck. Damn it. Alright, being fast forward, by the way, it's basically over. There's no one left. We've taken the positions. No retreat. Well, yeah, but the thing about the Zealous units is that they have such high morale that if you need them to take a position, they'll do it. It's just if things start going badly, well, they may not listen. So, well, they won't listen. If you say retreat, they'll ignore you. So, like, if you're going to commit them, you better make sure they can win. Alright, let's see what we got. 3 tank units, 3 infantry units, 1 artillery piece, and 2 anti-tank guns. Okay. That's it. We got the objective, though.
Able here. Looks like the operation is successful. Nice work, everybody. HQ, your time is up and the operation is over. All units sign out.
Alright,
Able here, still at full strength. Maybe we'll get some action next time. Baker here, artillery battery still operational. Where's our next target? Charlie here. You'll have to give these guns a thorough cleaning after they cool down. Dog here, took a few losses, but it could have been worse. Easy here, got a light beaten. Nothing too serious. Fox here, that was a tough battle, but we're still combat ready.
Oh, God. Yeah. Radio silence means they're dead.
Item here, damn replacements keep getting killed!
Alright. Yep, I was right. So this becomes bonus veterancy for your men. So we lost 300 men. Ouch. Yep, wiped out. So, yep, both of those units were wiped by friendly fire. Alright, who gets the medal? That would be probably the new guys who actually held their own. So, here's the thing. If you're gonna get this game, yeah, we gave better than we took. So here's the deal. This is one of those games where you can do everything right, and things are still gonna go wrong. I like what I heard a U.S. Marine say, where he's like, friendly fire is an inevitability. You can do your best to prepare for it, you can train against it, but it doesn't matter. It's going to happen. And in this case, it happened. Just didn't think it would cost that many men. Alright. Three Rivers? No, it's a Canadian group. Alright, so, the Battle of Calais. Boulogne's port has been too heavily damaged for use. Oh, you think? I mean, you did let me call in a carpet bombing run on it. I mean, the port's been too heavily damaged. It's just, you know, oh, we're going to let you use air support to clear this town. Air support completely flattens the harbor. Oh, okay, well, the port's too badly damaged, so, oh well. Let's see. Battle of Calais. Boulogne's port's been too heavily damaged for use. Flank the minefields and flooded areas surrounding Calais and take its vital port. Oh god, I hate this mission. I remember this mission. Damn it. September 18th. So to put this in perspective, this is, for you guys, this is 6 days later. This group has already fought a battle, and now they're on their way to another one. The Phantom 1st U.S. Army Group. Location. Northeast France. This is talking about the Calais Deception. A large deception planned by the Allies was used to trick the Germans that D-Day would occur at Calais, rather than Normandy. It's the shortest sea distance between England and France. To further cement the trick, an entire ghost army called 1st U.S. Army Group, commanded by General George Patton, was encamped directly across in England. Thousands of wooden and inflatable rubber vehicles were constructed along with fuel depots, hospitals, barracks, farms, and even sewage treatment for the deception. An 8-inch thick book of fake, scripted radio messages was also broadcast. This is likely the largest deception operation ever conducted in any war to date. Here's Cap Grisnez, like the Cape. Aerial photography while under attack from flak positions. Got some engineers blowing defenses. That is a British 14-inch naval gun. Photographs showing the muzzle view of the British 14-inch naval gun on the modified naval mounting at St. Margaret's near Dover. This was the first gun, nicknamed Winnie, and manned by the Royal Marines. Winnie and its partner Pooh were reserve guns for the King George V class battleships. They were used in counter-battery fire on German guns across the Channel. So, just to put this into perspective for you guys, these guns would fire from England into France, basically. The home front. We'll watch some of these reels later. These are actual newsreels. Like, these are historical newsreels, which I think is really cool. They didn't have to go that extra mile, but they did. Alright. So. Here we go. Unfortunately, Boulogne's port was too badly damaged by the German garrison, and even if it could be used, the coastal guns at Cap Grisnez would prevent its use. I think, sir, with all due respect, we may have had something to do with the damage, too. I did, how many times did I carpet bomb that city? Oh, well. You must capture Calais, the next port town, and the coastal guns at Cap Grisnez. The enemy garrison has flooded the surrounding fields and have laid barbed wire and minefields right up to the city's edge. Approaches to the city are limited. The enemy is dug in, and they know we're coming. Approaching the city head-on is suicide. The only road into the city not mined is from the west, leading to Cap Grisnez. A flanking maneuver to circumvent the city and silence the guns is recommended. Then attack the city from the only unmined road into the city from the west, providing a favorable approach to the citadel. Use your aerial recon to locate enemy positions and hit them with artillery while attacking with infantry. Alright, there's Cap Grisnez, which we need to secure. Oh! So, this road is the only one not mined. Got it. So you want me to attack along this one route. Okay. You know, because this is not suicide or anything. Sure. They are right, though. Because of the flooded fields, this is basically marshland now. And if we try to move our guys through here, in the game, 501st and Hexillion, y'all were curious, this game does take into account random things that could happen. Your guys can get stuck in the bad terrain, for example. They can actually lose their maps and be out and not know where they are, and you have to lead them back to their positions. All kinds of stuff can happen. Bad luck, mostly, but still, it can happen. But with the terrain like this, it'll slow down all units, and worst of all, tanks can get stuck and may even get abandoned. So if you lead an armored group through here, they could actually lose their tanks, which, you know, we kind of need those. So, they are right, though. We'll have to I don't know where we're going to deploy from. Probably over here somewhere. But we're going to have to swing west and then hook around into Calais. This is a problem because I'm willing to bet that there are positions, like probably artillery or anti-tank positions here. There's definitely positions there. And everything's mined. So we're going to have engineers at the front. And work our way up. And yes, for those who are curious, you can plant minefields. And if your guys wander into a minefield, they will stop moving. They will say, we are not moving until someone gets up here and clears these mines. So you have engineer groups who can actually clear minefields for you and give you a safe route. So, yeah, we need to get up here, take this position, and then we'll probably also have to move our artillery, because this is the range is too long. So we'll have to take our artillery as well, put them up on the Cape, which would be a good firing position, and then we'll have to bombard the Citadel and Calais itself. The Citadel will be the hardest nut to crack, obviously, but if we can take that, then swinging south into the city will be no problem. What are we up against? Battalion strength. Some infantry, artillery, anti-tank guns, and tanks are reported. Sniper fire has also been reported. The artillery, enemy positions. The artillery at Cape Grisnez, sporadic strong points along the outer roads, and the minefields along the roads and the city's edge, except for the western approach. Can you control watercraft? Sort of. You can actually build pontoon bridges. We're going to get to that later. You can actually build pontoon bridges to assist your guys. So, that's actually something really cool you can do. So, use your air support to take reconnaissance photos of Calais. Expect raised hills or foxholes to be manned along the outer roads. Go around the city, capture Cap Grisnez, and approach the city from the west. We have 35 minutes. And the objectives are hold Calais, hold the Citadel, and hold Cap Grisnez. And we're dealing with a battalion. So, there will be infantry. We're going to be fighting a combined arms force, basically. I'm willing to bet that there's probably a sniper position up here somewhere. Now, there are ways to deal with snipers. You can send out your own guys to get rid of them. You can drop artillery on them. Or if you feel like being if you want to do it the American way, bomb the fuck out of it. Anyway, let's see. These guys leveled up, so... Let's see, what do we got? Damage. Okay, these guys are a damaging unit, so... Alright. Let's see, and then the Edmonton Infantry, which was reconstituted, basically. Let's see. They're trigger happy. Let's go with better sight range. There we go. The Dragon Regiment finally reached max level, so what do we got here? Blitzkrieg Doctrine or Infantry Support Doctrine. And then the Three Rivers also leveled up, so let's see. There we go. Alright, same as before. We start with air support, and then we'll start with air support and engineers. So, and for once, normally the game doesn't let you do this. It's only on rare occasions that you're allowed to. We get to pick any...
Hey, you. Show me your feet.
Really? Alright. Okay, fine. Alright, hold on. Let me adjust this. There you go. So yes, this model does have feet. Yep. Boss, get down! The enemy sniper. Yeah. And yes, 501st, Hexilian Cataclysm is correct. You actually get shore bump. You get it's destroyers, not battleships, but you get fire support from ships in the base game. You can actually call in fire support from offshore bombardment. Anyway. So yeah, this is what here you go. This model does have feet, but I hover everywhere, so... Alright. There you go. Okay, so, anyway, back to the game. Alright, air support first. There's only one air support unit that you're allowed access to. They can't exactly get shot down, so... I honestly think they should have added that, but, you know, that kind of would have been costly, so... Let's see. Alright, so we're gonna need engineers now. Thought I had a veteran engineer unit, don't I? Hold on. I do. The Cheshire Brigade and the Royal Canadian Engineers. Both of whom are, the Cheshire Brigade is aggressive, and the Royal Canadian Engineers are bold. We'll bring the Cheshire Brigade. Now, reinforcements. We get whatever we want. Honestly, let me look at the map again. So, having tanks would be nice, but the problem is, because tanks are, you know, immune to sniper fire. But the problem is, once we get locked into the city, tanks can't clear the city. They need infantry support. So we need to bring a good amount of tanks, infantry, and we need artillery. So, alright. First things first. Let's get an artillery unit. Let's see. I do want to bring the ADATS regiment. Hold on, sight range. Yeah, we'll bring the ADATS regiment, and I'll bring, hold on. Yeah, I'll bring the Rhino Salvo group. We do have an infantry and an engineer reserve, which is helpful, so that means we can fill our infantry gap. So, let me see. I will bring the Gungnir engineers. They're new, but they have but they should work pretty well. Let's see. Our veteran infantry unit will be, as always, will be the Cataclysm Regiment, and that leaves us 3 slots. You don't need to clear the city if there isn't one. I mean, we kind of need the city, though. We need it intact, because we need the harbor, or the port. Sorry, the port. So we kind of need it intact. That's exactly why they got mad at us at the last one. All right. So, let's bring... Yeah, I'll bring the Zoroark Regiment in. Let's see. We will need some tanks. We are going to need tanks, because we are going to bump into tanks. So, let's see. Alright, we're going to go with the Gentle Breeze Regiment. They are aggressive. They do a lot more damage. So it'll be good to have them. Let's see. Do I want to bring anything else? Probably not, given the situation. So, because we need to move in this situation. We're going to be doing a lot of movement. The scouts would be useful, though. We do have scouts. Scouts are good against snipers, because the scouts can actually see the snipers early and can engage them from a distance. So, but the problem is they only have 25 men. They're not a combat unit. So they're meant for scouting. And we have air power now, so honestly, yeah, the Dumbledorks, right? Let's see. Honestly, I think I'm gonna go with a... Because I wish I knew if they were deploying as like... a company or a battalion. Because if it's infantry companies, we are gonna need another one. Hold on. Alright, you know what? I feel like we're gonna need them, so I'll bring the, No, don't second guess yourself, Zaruk. We'll bring Mel's, tank unit. They've seen battle everywhere, so they're veterans, so we're bringing them too. Let's go.
Air support here. You can call us Hazel. You called, we deliver. Air squadrons at the ready.
I don't know if you did, Clara.
Engineers, reporting for duty. We'll be Victor. We're at Victor 3. Need something built or blown up? Engineers got you covered.
Alright. So, here's the thing. If you look at the map, this is where all of our guys are going to deploy. This looks easy. It's a straight shot in, except that's wetlands because of the flooding. And I guarantee you it's probably mined. So, instead of doing that, we have to go all the way around. So, we need to book it. But there's going to be, as you can see, there's positions everywhere. They're going to be on that hill. They're going to be dug in along the roads. So, yeah. We'll see what we can do. Able, aerial reconnaissance at Sierra 7.
Able here. Gotcha. We'll take a look at Sierra 7. HQ here, reserve infantry coming right up. Infantry, something in here. You can call us Titan. We're at Victor 4. Why do we infantry always get the short stick?
I love that joke. Why do we infantry always get the short stick? Because you're infantry. It always comes down to the infantry. All right. Start mission.
HQ here. Right away, sir. Starting operation.
All right. So let's wait and see what we get back in a picture. Because if there's dudes on there, I want to clear them out. Baker, move to uniform 5.
Baker here. Uniform 5. It is.
Nothing. Surprise.
Baker here. We're here. All right, engineers. Spread out and start clearing the minefield.
All right, they found a minefield. This is why if it says mines, always send the engineers out first, because they just said, hey, we found a minefield, we'll take care of it. So they will dig out the mines. Let's see that picture.
Able here. Air support ready for the next stop.
I thought so. There's a sniper up there. Good thing we stopped. All right. Put that over here. All right. So there is a sniper up there.
Artillery reporting for duty. Will be Charlie. We're at uniform 3.
Jesus, Conrad, tie your fucking laces. Yeah, I'm quoting Company of Heroes. By the way, that sniper, let's look at, hold on, let me pause. Let me check this again. Yep, he is right on top of that. It's not one guy, it's 10 guys. That little sniper fire team is right up there on that hill. Charlie.
This is a mine-free zone.
Charlie, sustain barrage at Sierra 7.
Charlie here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Sierra 7. We'll continue firing until told to stop.
Those guys are so fucked.
Artillery reporting in as call sign dog. We're at Sierra 2. No time like the present.
We'll just drop a few shells on him. Okay. Item, move to Sierra 7.
Item here. Moving to Sierra 7. Infantry company here. You can call us easy. We're at Victor 3. Everyone be careful.
Charlie, cancel artillery.
Charlie here. Gunners, hold fire. Item here. You engage that Tango.
Item, report status.
Item here. You engage that Tango. In combat against the sniper at Sierra 7.
Yep.
Direction.
They found him.
Thanks. Reporting for duty. We'll be fine. We're at Tango 3. Heavy cavalry raring to go.
But it's an infantry company against a group of snipers. They're not going to last long.
Baker here. Headed to Tango 8.
Yep, think they got him.
Item here. We last saw alligator at Sierra 8. Heading south. Out here. Moving to grid Tango 8.
Alright, so this sniper unit fell back to avoid getting wiped out. Hello?
Baker here. We can see alligator. Arrived at Tango 8.
Baker, retreat.
Baker here. We're combat engineers, but we sure prefer engineering.
Item, move to Sierra 9.
Item here. Sierra 9. It is.
How? Move to Tango 7.
Out here. Roger. Moving to Tango 7. Out here. We're here at Tango 7.
I need the infantry to drive that guy out. Meanwhile, Able, aerial reconnaissance at Tango 11.
Able here. Cameras are ready. Flying to Tango 11. Out here. Enemies are caught in the swamp. Poor bastards. Item here. We're engaged at Sierra. Hey, out here. We're engaged at. Those damn snipers are all dead.
Good.
We got them.
Takes care of that. Good. Alright. So once we get this new picture, we can check out what's going on.
Out here. We're at Tango. 9. Baker, we're at Tango. 6. Able here. Sortie complete. What's the next 1 quarter?
Alright, there's an infantry unit dug in at that position. So we're gonna have to, we'll drop artillery on it, and then the tanks will take care of it. So, Dog and Charlie fire barrage at Tango 11.
Dog here, Roger. Item here. We've arrived at Sierra 9.
George and Fox move to Tango 11.
George here. Headed to Tango 11.
Let's see how you guys like this.
Dog here. Bombardment was on target.
Good. Let's see.
Easy here. All right, end the grid. Tango 9. Baker here. Moving the grid. Tango 10.
Because we gotta... Oop. Bumped into
George
something.
here. Infantry, take cover behind the tank. I want fire superiority now.
Charlie, fire barrage at Tango 11.
Charlie here. Artillery follow here. That's right. Run, you coward! Charlie here. That was a hit. Keep those coordinates coming. Baker here. We're here at Tango 10.
Right, good.
Item here. We can no longer see. There. They were last seen at Easy here. George here. We've arrived at Tango 11.
That's another cool thing. Your guys will say, hey, we lost sight of them. They were last seen over here, so you can keep moving the markers around. So we now know that that infantry group moved into the woods.
Item here. We're at Tango 10. On our way to Tango 11.
All right. Able, aerial bombardment, Oscar 11.
Able here. Scrambling bombers for bombing mission on Oscar 11.
Charlie and Dog move to Uniform 8.
Dog here. Roger. Moving to Uniform 8.
Got to keep the artillery moving so we can keep using it. Alright, once this bombing run hits, we're going to move across the bridge. Item and Easy move to Sierra 11.
Item here. Sierra 11. It is. Item. Able here. Lord Jesus, Thunder and Murphy. That's a lot of bombs being dropped. Easy here. We've arrived at Sierra 11. Charlie here. We're here at Uniform 8.
Let's see.
Dog here. We've arrived at Uniform 8.
Alright. Easy and Item move to Oscar 11.
Item here. All right, Able here. Forward observers report that fire mission was successful. You call, we deliver. Where next?
They're probably still there.
Item here. We last saw there at Romeo 12. Heading west.
Oh, found him.
Easy here. We're engaged at Alpha 11. We're firing upon infantry at November. Infantry moving to engage. Squad, remember to move, shoot, and communicate.
George and Fox move to November 11.
George here. Easy here. Alright, mortar online and start selling that concentration. Easy here. We're engaged at Oscar 11. In combat against Cheetah at Mike 11. Everyone is still combat ready.
Alright, looks like they pulled back. Yep, they pulled back.
Item here. We lost sight of Cheetah. They were last seen at Lima 11. Heading west.
Okay, we gotta get the engineers up. Baker and Howe move to Mike 11.
Howe here. Heading to Mike 11. Fox here. We've arrived at November 11.
While I'm thinking about it. Able, Aerial bombardment at Bravo 6.
Able here. Halifax bombers packed in on the runway.
We know the artillery is over here at Cap Grisnez, so we're just gonna bomb the fuck out of it. Oh, contact.
Enemy infantry sighted. Don't let them surround the column. We want out here. We started clearing the minefield. I want safe paths marked out ASAP. Able here. I don't think all position engineers. We've entered a hostile minefield.
Alright, killed this
We'll
one.
start clearing it, but it'll take a while, and we can't do it while fighting or moving. Item here. Last saw there at Romeo 12, heading west.
So what'd they do? Run across the river?
Able here. Over target and beginning bombing run. Cleared the minefield. Awaiting orders.
Yeah, I don't know where Bear is. If they said they last saw him
Able
heading
here.
west, I don't know where they
Artillery
are.
batteries out of commission. That's the last we'll see of those enemy infantry.
Oh, wow, you guys massacred those people. Okay. Yeah, they just said, hey, we wiped out some infantry and we wiped out the artillery. Well, damn, guys. Save some for the rest of them.
Able here. I'm getting reports that did some real damage.
Howe and Baker moved to Hotel 11.
Howe here. Roger. Moving to Hotel 11.
Fox and George moved to Juliet 11.
George here. Juliet 11. It is.
Item moved to Romeo 12.
Item here. Roger. Moving to Romeo 12.
I want them to check it out, see if they find anything.
George here. Moreau here. All right, engineers. Run out and start. Baker here. We started clearing the minefield.
Yep.
I want safe paths marked out ASAP.
They found another... Yeah, this whole area is mined. I'm glad I've got the engineers. Dog and Charlie moved to Oscar 11.
Dog here. All right. Heading to grid Oscar 11. Item here. We're here at... Wow, here. This is a mine-free zone.
All right, I don't know where Bear is. They must have pulled back and run really far away. Item moved to Juliet 12.
Item here. Moving to grid Juliet 12.
Easy moved to Juliet 12.
Easy here. Juliet 12. It is. Before, everything looks the same in this damn swamp.
Oh, god damn it.
Dog here. We're at Quebec 11. We're headed to Charlie here. We're at Tango 10.
Okay, good. I thought they got stuck.
Charlie here. Roger. Moving to Dog here. 11.
Alright, good. Alright, we're good. Oh yeah, the game has voice recognition. That's what I've been doing. Alright. Baker and Howe moved to Charlie 10.
Howe here. Moving to grid Charlie 10.
See if there's any more mines. Freaking lanterns in the way. Anything?
Charlie here. We're here at Oscar 11.
Okay.
Fox here. We've arrived at Juliet 11. Howe here. Oh, Baker here. All right, engineers. Spread out and start clearing the
Yep,
minefield.
more mines.
Easy here. Arrived at Juliet 12.
Easy and Item moved to Foxtrot 12.
Item here. All right, heading to grid Foxtrot 12.
George and Fox moved to Foxtrot 11.
George here. Foxtrot 11. It is. Baker here. Cleared the minefield. Awaiting orders.
Good. Dog and Charlie moved to Hotel 11.
Dog here. Headed to Hotel 11.
How much time we have? Alright, we got 20 minutes.
Fox here. We're here at Foxtrot 11.
Do we still have that clip of your first time fighting in this game? We might. I don't know.
Item here. Arrived at Foxtrot
If someone clipped
12.
it, then it's still there. I don't. I only delete clips that that didn't work or are repeats. And by that I mean, like, you know, it's the. I just pick the best one of whatever like if they're multiple events. Able aerial reconnaissance at Gulf 7.
Able here. Let's take a look at Golf 7.
I want to see what's there.
Charlie here. We've arrived at Hotel 11.
Okay. Item and easy. Move to Bravo 9.
Item here. Moving to grid Bravo 9. Fox here. We're at George here. We're at Juliet 11.
George, move to Foxtrot 11.
George here. Foxtrot 11. It is. Able here. Aerial's already finished. Ready for our next mission.
Oh, fuck. There's a tank unit there. Yeah, we need to do... We gotta get rid of that. Now. Yeah, that'll be a problem. Charlie and Dog. Fire barrage at Golf 7.
Dog here. Raining thunder down on Golf 7.
Oh, you mean the thing that happened today? Probably not. I don't think anyone clipped it, and that's fine. Do it again. Charlie and Dog, fire barrage at Golf 7.
Dog here. Artillery firing at Golf 7. 3 barrages remaining. Easy here. We're at Juliet 12. Easy here. Roger. Moving to Bravo 9. Item here. Headed to Bravo 9.
I don't know if it's dead yet, but I'm not going to take that risk. Charlie and Dog, fire barrage at Golf 7.
Dog here. Raining thunder down on Golf 7. 2 barrages remaining.
Alright, we gotta save our ammunition.
Easy here. We're at Juliet 12.
Okay, good. You may... wait, what do you mean you're at Juliet 12? I told you to move.
Easy here. Alright, into grid Bravo 9. Item here. We're at Foxtrot 12. Item here. Moving to grid Bravo 9.
They're moving. It just takes them a minute. They're infantry. Alright. That probably... If that didn't kill him, that probably busted that tank unit up. So... Just in case, we'll leave that there. Alright. George and Fox move to Bravo 6.
George here. Moving out too. They'll be expecting us.
Probably.
George here. You're at Juliet 11.
Why aren't you moving?
George here. Bravo 6. It is. Fox here. Roger. Moving to Bravo 6.
Okay. So there is one problem with the game, or at least the DLC that I've been noticing. Sometimes units get stuck and the AI locks up and they don't do anything.
Easy here. We're at Juliet 12.
Why? Like these guys, they're not moving.
Item here. You're at Foxtrot 12.
Why aren't you moving?
Item here. You're at Foxtrot 12.
Yeah, I got it. Move directly here.
Item here. Headed to Bravo 9. Easy here. Alright, into grid Bravo 9.
Hopefully that'll get them moving. If it doesn't, I might have to restart the level. I hate... Like, this happens a lot. Let's see.
George here. You're at Juliet 11.
Again, like this, they're not moving. Hold on.
George here. There's no enemies to retreat from.
Okay, well then move.
George here. Moving to grid Delta 11. Fox here. Delta 11. It is.
Like, we're wasting time because the AI is, like, locked up these units. They're not moving.
Fox here. We're here at Delta 11.
Okay, good. You guys will move.
George here. You're at Juliet 11.
Can you guys please just move forward?
George here. Roger. Moving to Charlie 9. Fox here. Heading to Charlie 6. Baker here. Alright. Heading to... Oh, here. Moving to grid Charlie 5.
I'm gonna be very upset if I have to win this level with only one group of tanks, because the rest of the units just refuse to cooperate.
Item here. You're at Foxtrot 12. Item here. Bravo 9. It is. Delta 11.
Try moving them slightly first. That might work. Hold on.
Easy here. Heading to India 11. Item here. Alright, heading to grid Echo 11. Easy here. We've arrived at India 11.
Okay, good. They are moving. Good. So small bursts.
Easy here. Moving to grid Echo 11. Item here. We're here at Echo 11.
Okay, good.
George here. We're at Juliet.
Thank you,
11.
thank you, Clara. That actually helps. All right, small bursts.
George here. India 11. It is. George here. We've arrived at India 11. Easy here. Roger. Moving to Gulf 11. George here. Headed to Hotel 11. George here. We're here at Hotel 11. Item here. We're at Echo 11. Easy here. We've arrived at Gulf 11. Fox here. We're at Delta.
Oh my gosh,
11.
are they all doing that? Hold on.
Baker here.
Oh,
We're at Delta
wow.
11.
Okay, so you guys need me to hold your hands? All right, fine.
Baker here. All right. Heading to Bravo. Charlie 8. It is. Fox here. Roger. Moving to Charlie 9. Item here. Headed to Charlie 9. Easy here. All right. Heading to grid Delta 10. George here. Moving to grid Delta 11. Fox here. We're here at Charlie 9.
This is ridiculous. This is going to slow us down immensely.
Item here. We've arrived at Charlie 9. Baker here. We're here at Charlie 8. Easy here. We're at Gulf 11. Delta 11. It is. George here. Roger. Moving to Foxtrot 11.
Walk them along. I mean, maybe.
Out here. We're at Delta 11. We've got a few wounded, but nothing serious. George here. We've arrived at Foxtrot 11. Item here. We're at Delta 9.
Okay.
Fox here. Headed to Bravo 7. Item here. All right. Heading to Gray. Baker here. Form up. We're attacking.
Oh,
Captain
contact.
Renee.
We got contact.
Baker. Engaging infantry. Gunners. Loading team. Propagating guns. Firing. Item here. We're at Delta 9. We're en route to Curly 7. Baker. Step side number 2. Falling back. Easy here. We're at Gulf 11. Easy here. Heading to Echo 11. George here. All right. Heading to grid Delta 10. Roger here. We're engaged at Charlie 9. We're fighting Dingo at Charlie. HQ here. George here. We've arrived at Delta 10.
Okay. Well, it's working.
George here. Charlie 8. It is.
Albeit very least, we gotta basically just leapfrog these guys because they refuse to
Easy
move.
here.
Like,
We're at Fox. An enemy infantry company is pulling out.
okay, good. They're pulling.
Fox here. We're here at Bravo 7.
All right, good.
Item here. Lost sight of. George here. We've arrived at Curly 8.
Okay, good. At least now we can get everything moving.
George here. You can count on us to cap Fox here. Stay frosty, everyone. Heading to. Item here. Preparing to assault. Item here. We lost visuals on Dingo. They were last seen at Curly 5. Heading north. Baker here. Moving out to Cap Green A. They'll be out here. You can count on us to capture. Easy here. All right. Heading to Grid. Charlie. Fox here. Captured Cap Green A. Item here. George here. Get cozy with your foxhole. Open deep enough. Easy here. We've arrived at Charlie. 9. We're engaged at Charlie 6, Fox, and George. We're firing upon Dingo at Charlie 5. This fight isn't going well. Item here. We can no longer see Dingo. They were last seen at Delta 4. Heading north, east. Easy here. We're at Charlie 9. We'll hold Cap Green A for ya.
All right. Able, aerial recon, Mike 2.
Able here. Aerial recon heading out to Mike 2. George here. We're here at.
Okay, good. We're in position to launch an attack.
Out here. We're at Delta 11. We've taken minor casualties.
Good grief, having to walk these guys
Out here.
forward.
Bravo 8. It is. Item here. HQ here. Backing up the forward command post.
Okay.
Out here. We're here at Bravo 8. Out here. Headed to Bravo 5.
I'm gonna move up the guns. Be patient. I have to, like, because I have to micromanage all these guys.
Hit our planes for fuel for our next stop.
Okay. So there's an anti-tank gun position in there, and there's probably some mines because that's an engineer unit. So, right here, and that's an anti-tank unit. We're gonna blow the hell out of that. Able aerial bombardment, Mike 2.
Able here, Mike 2. Won't know what hit him. Out here, we've arrived at Bravo 5.
Baker and Howe moved to Echo 3.
Out here, we spotted Dingo at Delta 3.
Fox and George moved to Delta 4.
George here. Moving to Delta 4. Out here. Now! Enemies in the open! Take them down!
Item and Easy moved to Delta 4.
Item here. Moving to Great Delta 4. George here. We are...
Okay.
Fox here. We've arrived at Delta 4. Able here. Bombs on their way. Glad I'm not down there. Out here. We're here at Echo 3.
Good.
Baker, we're at Bravo 5. We're headed to Echo 3. We've got a few wounds, but nothing serious. Echo 3, it is.
Able aerial bombardment at Mike 2.
Direct hit. Bomb bays loaded and are en route to Mike 2.
Charlie and Dog moved to Bravo 8.
Dog here, headed to Bravo 8. Easy here. We're here at Delta 4.
Okay, good. Baker and Howell moved to Hotel 3.
Out here, moving to Grand Hotel.
We're gonna have to frickin' blitz this city. Because, like, we got held up because of the AI.
Movement is more difficult than anticipated. Able here. Bombers are overhead and are about to drop their payload. Steer clear of the marked zone. We've completely destroyed an enemy company.
Good. That takes care of that of the anti-tank unit. Nice job, boys. So much for that.
Out here, we've arrived at Hotel 3. Baker, we're at Delta 4. We're en route to Hotel 3. We've taken minor casualties. Able here. Bombardment was on target. 2.
Alright, they got 2 left, so... Item and Easy move to Gulf 4.
Item here. Roger, moving to Gulf 4.
Alright, looks it's clear, so we can rush in a minute.
Dog here. We're at Hotel 11-2. Barrages remaining. Easy here. We've arrived at Gulf 4.
Charlie and Dog fire barrage at Mike 4.
Dog here. Artillery firing at Mike 4.
Okay, well at least we're in range to fire artillery. George and Fox move to Hotel 3.
George here. Alright, heading to Great Hotel 3.
Item and Easy move to Juliet 3.
Item here. Juliet 3. It is. Fox here. We're at Hotel 3. George here. We've arrived at Hotel
Alright, we're gonna have
3.
to rush in a second. Able aerial reconnaissance Mike 5.
Able here. Coordinates confirmed. We'll photograph. Mike 5. Out here. We'll hold for ya. Out here. Consider to be ours. Out here. Roger. Heading to... Baker. Roger. Garrisoning. Cap 3A. Easy here. We're at Hotel 4. On our way to Juliet 3. Item here. We're at Gulf 4. We're headed to Juliet 3.
Alright, we're almost in position. Depending on what this recon photo shows us, we might be in for it. Come on.
Able here, one.
Oh, damn. There's a lot of stuff dug in there. All right, we're going to have to flatten that place. All right, let's see. They've only got room for one more aerial bombardment, so what is that? November. Able, aerial bombardment, November 5.
Able here, coordinates confirmed. We'll bomb November 5.
Charlie and Dog, barrage, November 6.
Dog here, bringing thunder down on November 6. Easy here. We're here at Juliet 3. Item here. You're at India 4. We're en route to Juliet 3. Dog here. Dry on ammo.
All right. Charlie, sustained barrage, November 6.
Charlie here. Roger. Dropping shells on item here. Baker here. Arrived at Cap Green Menses. Able here. Bombs away.
All right, we're going to have to go in after this. Easy and item, move to Lima 3.
Item here. Preparing to assault. Item here. Down now.
Oh, good, we're in. Nice.
Easy here. Strength are covered in that team. Use the back alley. Able here. That was a hit. Evo. Item here. Enemy engineers eliminated.
Nice. All right. George and Fox move to Lima 4.
George here. Stay frosty, everyone. Heading to.
All right. A few more shells, and that'll have to do it.
Easy here. Got a visual on infantry battalion at LA. Heading north, west.
Oh, they're coming to engage us. All right. You want to be stupid. Dog, cancel artillery. Charlie, cancel artillery.
Charlie here. Canceling barrage. Easy here. Infantry on one for ambush position. Where I got them.
Charlie.
Enemy engineers eliminated.
Okay. Charlie, sustain barrage at November 5.
Charlie here. Artillery firing at November 5. Man, to that position. HQ here. We know the situation on the ground. Let's exploit it. Staff officers are on their way to coordinate our troops.
It's 2 infantry companies and 2 armored platoons against a battalion of men. Except we have artillery support.
What?
Charlie, cancel artillery.
Charlie here. Belay that fire.
George and Fox move to November 5.
George here. Count on us, capture. Planting the flag at. Item here. We lost visuals on Falcon. They were last seen at Oscar 4. Heading east. George here. We're at.
Good.
Fox here. We're at Calais. Fox here. We're here at Calais.
Yeah, despite some bullshit with the AI, we actually managed to get in and take everything with 2 minutes to spare. Nice job, boys.
HQ here. Time's almost up. Remember your objectives.
Let's see. We wiped out a lot. Again, the Air Force coming to the rescue. Let's see. 5 infantry units. 1 of them a battalion. 1 artillery. 2 anti-tank guns. 1 sniper. And 2 engineers. Oh yeah, and the tanks. Huh. Fight like the Americans do. Hey! If it works, it works!
HQ here. That'll have to do for now. Expanding forward command post.
Alright, and we just fast forward through the rest of this. There we go.
Able here. That's right. Run! The war won't last much longer with battles like that. HQ here. We're done here. Unit leaders report for debriefing.
Nice job, boys. All right.
Able here. That was a battle. Our training missions were harder.
5 infantry groups,
Just
1
some
tank.
losses. We'll need some time to rest.
Let's see, 1 artillery.
Charlie is here. You'll have to give these guns a thorough cleaning after they cool down. Dog here. Artillery battery still operational. Where's our next target?
Oh,
Easy
I
here.
overcounted.
Took some losses and we'll need some time to rest.
Huh. Yep, we got them all. All the positions. Hey, Draken, how you doing, bud? Let's see. Oh, no, this one goes to the engineers today. Major victory. Outstanding. All objectives are achieved. You and your troops will be written up for a commendation. On the Western Front, Hitler declared 11 major ports as fortresses, including Boulogne and Calais. Germans inside fortress zones were instructed to not retreat without Hitler's express approval. Rubble from bombed buildings created ideal defenses and turned each port city into a kill zone riddled with machine guns and snipers. Clearing each port city would take time. Time the Allies didn't have, as its supply lines from the Normandy beaches were stretched to the breaking point. There's a Atlantic Wall fortification at Cap Grisnez. Tank obstacles. One of the cross-channel guns. Alright. On to the next one. Next up is the Battle of Morkerke. I don't know how you say that. I'm not French. The Battle of Morkerke. Antwerp has been taken. However, its port is worthless until the Germans have been cleared out of the Scheldt estuary. Oh. Okay. So I want to tell you guys. The Canadians... Look. The Canadians don't get talked about enough in World War II, especially on the Western Front in Europe. These guys, like, the Scheldt, like, okay. So, here's the thing. One of the major reasons the Allied push from Normandy stalled is supplies. Antwerp was actually a port that was actually taken intact. The city was taken. However, the problem was that a ton of the Germans retreated into what was called a Scheldt, which is basically, I don't know how to describe, well, actually, you know what? I do know how to describe it to you guys. I'm actually going to show you a picture. So, what I'm about to show you, like, I'm sure you guys know what an estuary is, but let me show you what the Scheldt estuary is, and you imagine having to take this. So, let's see. No, I need a good... This'll work. I'll use this. Alright, so let me show you guys what I mean. If you guys want to know how bonkers and how brave the Canadians are. Alright, so give me a minute. Let's see. Here it is. Alright, so y'all look at the map. Consider this a lesson from Zaruk Windcaller. If you look right here at the bottom right, this is Antwerp. Antwerp's biggest deal was, again, it was a port city, but and it had a ton of like port areas where they could bring in supplies. The problem is that the Scheldt, which is what this area is called right here, the Scheldt is basically where the Germans fell back to. They occupied this part and this part up here, like Tholen. And because these areas were occupied, the Allies couldn't get rid of the minefields that were inside the Scheldt, meaning it took a lot longer to clear it and a lot longer for supplies to come in. This is basically the Canadians' hour of triumph here. This is their finest hour. Because the Canadians, these crazy... it is from Company of Heroes. These crazy bastards Like, to prove a point for you guys, the Canadians would launch three amphibious assaults. They would cross from the Netherlands into the Scheldt, like here. Then they'd cross from this tiny river right here. I don't know if y'all can see my mouse or not, but this tiny river right here north of Goes. And then they would do it again and cross over to where Tholen is. They launched 3 amphibious assaults, one after the other, to take this position. This is their finest hour, and they don't get praised enough for it. However, all of their effort was like, again, it was poor planning that led to this, but the Canadians, and again, there's nothing they could have done about it. Oh, you can't see it. Well, essentially, north of Goes, this little city right here, north of the Scheldt, Goes. So they basically had to do 3 amphibious assaults, one after the other, to drive the Germans out. And we're about to play one of them. Or rather, the after effects of one of them, shall we say. So, with that, back at it. And yes, because the Scheldt was occupied, it meant a lot more time was taken, and it's why the Battle of the Bulge happened. The Allies had to stop in September and November because they were out of supplies. Because Antwerp wasn't opened until December. Welcome to Moorkirk. Features the Leopold Canal, and I'm not even going to try to read that. Northwest of Bruges, Moorkirk is a sleeping town next to 2 important canals leading to the sea. During the First World War, the nearby seaport of Zeebrugge was the operational headquarters of the German submarine fleet. Moorkirk and surrounding towns are known for their classical market squares, which thankfully went mostly unscathed during the war. Yeah, here's one of the crossing points. So they had to make an assault crossing across the river. It's a photograph taken of after the bombing of one of the islands in the Scheldt. You can see how bad the roads are in the Netherlands in September. It's all mud. Flamethrowers. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention that the rivers were they were deep, but they were narrow enough that flamethrowers were used back and forth, like were used to shoot over the rivers and attack enemy positions. Zeebrugge. Alright. And then we have, here's the map, basically. A sketch of the plan of the attack for the Algonquin regiment near Molente. Found in the war diary. We're about to do this mission, basically. Antwerp has been taken. However, its port is worthless until the German guns covering the Scheldt estuary have been silenced. To reach the coastal artillery, we must cross heavily fortified canals. In a hasty attempt to force a crossing, 4 infantry companies have been ferried over the Leopold Canal. However, their boats were damaged in the crossing. These stranded companies must hold out until they can be withdrawn using engineer-built temporary bridges over the canal. Cut off from reinforcements, strong German counterattacks are expected. Beat off the counterattacks using provided air support and artillery from our side of the canal. Either have the stranded infantry dig in and hold the canal edge, or hide them further inland. However, giving up the canal edge may make it difficult to withdraw later. Once the engineers arrive, have them construct the bridges over the canal to evacuate the infantry. So this is a defense mission. Battalion strength, yeah. Exact enemies to come from all directions north of the canal. Enemy artillery may be brought in on the northernmost hill later. Snipers can be spotted with aerial recon. Have your infantry dig in and use your air support and artillery to drive off enemy attacks. You'll need an area clear of enemies next to the canal for your late arriving engineers to construct a bridge. So yeah, for every allied infantry unit that reaches Moorkirk, we get 2 points, and for every casualty, we lose 1. So here's the map. Our guys are here. They are basically dug in at Molente and on the hills. We need to get them back to Moorkirk because they're cut off. So we need to build a bridge so they can get across. Alright. So that means we need to pick some guys who are really good at defensive fighting. Let's see. I don't have many defensive fighters, honestly. The Cataclysm Regiment is, but... Let's see. You guys will do... Let's see. Yeah, might as well have the veterans be the ones who are over there. All right, next our air support is once again the Horizon Wing, and we need to bring artillery. And this time, I do want to bring the ADATS regiment, but the problem is we need constant barrages. So, let's see. Let's see. So we'll bring Rhino Salvo, and yeah, I'll bring ADATS for concentrated fire. And then we need 2 engineer groups. We'll bring the Gungnir engineers, and then we'll also bring the Cheshire Brigade. Yeah, and it's on these infantry units to just hold on until we can get a bridge built.
Infantry, company here. You can call us Able. We're at. The boys are ready.
Alright.
48 Highlanders Infantry, reporting for duty. We'll be Taker. We're at India. 6. We're in for a fight. 18 is Prince Edward Infantry. Reporting in is call sign Charlie. We're at Kilo 6. Ready for action.
So, I'll show you... Well, let them finish talking.
Here. You can call us Dog. We're at Mike 7. Let's get to work.
Alright. So, here they are. They are dug in, and they are waiting to be evacuated. What we're going to do is we're going to move each unit to... My plan is to... Well, hold on, I'll show you. Dog, move to Mike 7.
Dog here. Roger. Moving to Mike 7.
I want them on the hills. Charlie, move to Lima 6.
Charlie here. Consider location 4. Be ours.
Baker, move to Hotel 5.
Baker here. Headed to Hotel 5.
Abel, dig in.
Able here. Foxhole's coming right up.
So we want them to basically dig in and hold out until we can basically, you know, get them support. Here's the problem. My biggest, so the engineers will get here in 10 minutes. That's not what scares me. What scares me is that a minute and 40 seconds after that, tanks are going to show up. These guys cannot fight off a tank assault. So we need to have them ready to go and across this bridge, or we need to make sure we've saved enough air support to wipe those tanks off the face of the earth. So, we'll see. Start mission.
Here. You heard the general. Move out. Dog here. You've arrived at. Check. Sniper. Joseph.
Snipers. Dog, dig in.
Dog here. Take these boys and Mike Baker left. We're engaged at Mike 7. You're under. Sniper. Fire from an unknown location.
Charlie, dig in.
Charlie here.
Baker, dig in.
Baker here. Foxhole's coming right up.
They can't see what they're under attack by. I need to get I need to make an aerial flyover, but the air support's not here yet. Drink for my nerves. Oh, by the way, fun effect. You take a sip of the wine, the map actually fogs up for a second. Come on, where's that air support? Come on. Finally!
Baker here. Only Fox. There's support. Reporting for duty.
Easy. Aerial reconnaissance at Mike 5.
Your command. At Mike 5. All right. Be back in a jiffy.
Gotta find where that sniper is.
Charlie here. Foxhole's and Doug. Let's get going.
Please find him.
He's here. You call. We
Got his
deliver.
ass.
Where
I
next?
see him. There. Easy. Aerial bombardment, November 5.
He's here. Scrambling bombers for bombing mission at November 5.
I want that entire field plowed with high explosives.
Artillery reporting in as call sign. Fox, we're at home. Hey. Bomb doors open.
Fox, move to Hotel 8.
Fox here, moving to Grand Hotel 8.
Alright, that had to have gotten him. Really? Did they survive that?
Forward observers report that fire mission was successful. No rest for the wicked. Where do you need us next?
Oh, no, it stopped. Okay, good. So either they're dead or they pulled out. I'm going to guess they pulled back. That's good, but I'm going to keep that marker there just in case. Where's my pen? There.
HQ here. Enemy reinforcements are arriving from the east.
Ah, put the pen down.
Fox here. We're here at Hotel 8.
Okay.
Fox here. We can see infantry at Oscar 7, heading west. Charlie here. Move some ammo up and get that machine gun set up. Charlie here. We're engaged at Lima 6 and are supported by Dog. We also have...
Fox, fire barrage at November 7.
Fox here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at November 7.
Easy, aerial bombardment at November 5.
Elephant here. And Dog. There's more where that came from. Artillery here. You can call us George. We're at Fox here.
George, move to Juliet 8. George, move to Juliet 8.
George here. Fox moving to Juliet 8.
Sniper should have stayed down.
Charlie here. Spotted alligator at Papa 7. George here. Barrage at Juliet 8. Easy here. Bombardment was on target. Aerial sortie finished. Ready for our next mission.
Alright, it stopped. So,
Charlie here. We've lost visuals on snipers. They were last seen at November 5, heading north. Charlie here. We're at Flight 7, on our way to November 7. We don't have enough medical supplies for the wounded. We're being shelled hard here.
Charlie, move to Lima 6.
Charlie here. Roger. Garrisoning location 4.
Easy, aerial recon, November 2.
Easy here. November 2. Confirmed.
Now I've got
Where's your eyes in the sky?
Now I've got artillery dropping on their heads.
Charlie here. Got eyes on there at November 4. And we're moving directly towards each other.
Great. Can those snipers just please fuck off? Got it.
Charlie here. First platoon, get left. Second platoon, maintain suppressive fire. Dog, enemy there. Get those planes refueled
Nope.
for our next stop.
Nope. Fox, fire barrage at November 4. George, fire barrage at Mike 5.
George here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Mike 5. George here. Forward observers report that fire mission was successful. Dog, that's right. Run, you cowards.
Fox and George, fire barrage at November 4.
George here. Artillery firing. Dog here. Get to a Fox going. Charlie here. We're being shelled hard here. George here. I'm getting reports we need to adjust our aim.
Easy, aerial recon, Foxtrot 1. Aerial recon, Foxtrot 1. Oh, damn it. Cancel. Or clear.
Fox here. Barrage was off target.
Easy, aerial recon, Echo 1.
Easy here. Eyes in the skies. Checking out.
Gotta find
Echo
that
1.
enemy artillery.
Dog here. You're at November.
Stop moving. Dog, move to Mike 7.
We're almost down to the last man. All right. Heading to Great Mike 7. Charlie here. Spotted alligator at Mike 4. Dog here. We can see infantry at Papa 6. Heading northwest.
Dog, move to Juliet 6.
Air support ready Roger, Juliet, 6. Get in.
Easy. Aerial bombardment. Foxtrot 1.
Easy here, Foxtrot 1. Won't know what hit him. Roger, get the cover. We're under heavy artillery fire. Charlie here. Get to a foxhole and don't move until the barrage lets off.
Dog, retreat.
7, heading west.
George and Fox, fire barrage at November 7.
George here. Roger, dropping shells on November 7. George here. Can you confirm those coordinates? I don't think we hit anything.
Damn it. Damn it. Alright, we lost one of them. Great.
Fox here. That was a hit. Keep those coordinates coming.
George and Fox, fire barrage at... Fire barrage at Mike 7.
What's next? George here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Mike 7. George here. I'm getting reports that there's some real damage. Charlie here. They're running with their tails between their legs. Fox here. Yeah, that was a direct hit. Charlie here. Got a visual on Zeta at Oscar 7. We last saw Alligator at Mike 4.
Where the fuck are the engineers? Easy. Aerial reconnaissance. Echo 3.
Easy here. Get your smiles ready, Jerry. You're going to be famous. Charlie here. Get some insulating MC fire on them.
Why do you guys keep moving? Just... God, okay.
Charlie here. Get the cover! We're under heavy artillery fire!
Of course we are. Charlie, retreat.
Charlie here. Rebel here. You call, we deliver.
Easy. Aerial bombardment. Foxtrot 1.
Easy here. Bomb bays loaded and are en route to... Charlie here. We're at November 6.
Why are you retreating forward? Pull... Oh my god.
Spotted Cheetah at November. We've rallied at Oscar 4.
Okay, you guys are fucked. You guys are fucked.
Charlie here. We last saw Alligator at... We last saw Cheetah at Mike 7. Heading west.
Charlie, dig in. Charlie, dig in. Charlie, dig in.
Charlie here. Safety, boys. It might save your life.
Why? Why would you retreat? Like, if I tell them to dig in, they should stay there, but they don't.
Engineer, reporting in.
How? An item. Move to India 7.
They're blown up. Engineers got the easy here. Bombardment was on target. 2 stories remaining.
Your engineers will have to construct bridges to cross the canal. Yep. This is the new thing. You can build bridges. It does take time to build them, but hey. Once they're in position, we can build. How? Move to Juliet 7. Juliet 7.
Oh, here. Moving to Greg. Juliet 7.
Good. Item. Move to India 7.
Item here. Roger. Moving to India 7. Item here. We're at Alpha 10. Oh, here. We're at Echo 10. On our way to Juliet 7.
Oh god, this again.
Item here. Headed to Charlie here. We're done digging. Ooh, we need a break.
Charlie, hold position.
Charlie here. Infantry, home.
Now stay there. Charlie. Okay, they need to stay there until I can get them. Easy. Aerial reconnaissance, November 6.
Easy here. Gotcha. We'll take a look at November 6. Item here. We've arrived at Delta 10. Item here. India 9. It is. Oh, here. We're at Echo 10. We're headed to Juliet 7. Oh, here. Roger. Moving to Hotel 10. Easy here. 1. Stories remaining.
All right, they're on the hills.
Oh, here. We're here at Hotel 10. Able here. We're gonna get fire it. Oh, here. Hotel 7. It is. Item here. Roger. Moving to Juliet 7.
George and Fox, fire barrage at Lima 6.
George here.
Easy, aerial bombardment, Lima 6.
Coordinates confirmed. Will bomb Lima 6. Fox here. That's the last we'll see of those enemy infantry. Out here. You don't need to be pretty, it just needs to hold our weight. Item here. Get that bridging vehicle in place.
Fox and George, fire barrage at Gulf 4.
George here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Gulf 4. George here. Forward observers report that fire mission.
George, sustain barrage at Gulf 4.
George here. Raining thunder down on Gulf 4. We'll continue firing until told to stop.
We just need to buy some time.
I'm getting reports that did some real damage. No rest for the wicked. Where do you need us next?
Easy, aerial bombardment, Lima 6.
Sorry, we're bingo on fuel.
Damn it, no air support.
Favor, last seat, and go free. Heading north. Out here, it ain't our best work, but it'll do in a pinch. Item here. Bridge is done.
Alright, we're good. We gotta get out of here now. Don't know why they built it right there. George, fire barrage at Gulf 3.
George here. Hold on.
George, cancel artillery.
Gunner, full fire.
George, fire barrage at Gulf 3.
George here. Roger. Dropping shells on Gulf 3. George here. Yeah, that was a direct hit.
George, sustain barrage, Gulf 3.
George here. Artillery firing at Gulf 3. We'll grind them if it's done.
Charlie, move to location 1.
Charlie here. Consider more turkey. Be out. Charlie here. Got eyes on Cheetah at Fight 7. Able here. This is too much heat. Baker here. Enemy tanks to fall back. Baker here. Enemy infantry will hold up in that hotel.
Abel and Baker, move to location 1.
Baker here. No can do. We're too busy fighting.
Abel, Baker, retreat.
HQ here. Intel reports the enemy is captured. Charlie here. Got on strike. Weapons out. Baker here. Baker here. We're at India.
Baker, move to location 1.
Baker here. Roger. Garrisoning for Turk.
George, cancel artillery.
George here. Charlie here.
George, fire barrage at at Lima 6.
George here. Unable to comply.
Charlie, move to location 1.
Charlie here. We'll hold more turkey for you.
Alright, 2 groups are across. Let's get the third one.
Charlie here. We're at Juliet. Time's up and
Thank
we're
God.
at here. It's
Made
a
it.
full-blown route. The enemy's all running.
We took a lot of
After
losses.
wrap. All units dig in and wait till relieved.
Damn, we got pounded.
Able here. Those damn replacements. You've got to kill. Aker here. That was a tough battle, but we're still combat ready. Charlie here. Spread out and search for survivors.
We lost 1 unit, and I think the others got massacred. Yep, we lost 200 guys. It could have been a lot worse. And yet somehow it's considered a major victory.
Show love 100. Hello love. You giving orders to George makes me think that George the Wisp is out with a helmet and an angry face. Hee hee.
I actually want to see that. I want to see an angry George with a I want to see angry George with a tiny World War II helmet. After the mad dash to Antwerp, Allied planners made a crucial blunder of failing to secure both banks of the Scheldt estuary. Coastal batteries made the deepwater port of Antwerp worthless until cleared. The battle at Moerkerk was one of the first demonstrations of how hellish dislodging the Germans during the Battle of the Scheldt would be. Canals provided formidable obstacles, forcing costly crossings with assault boats or temporary bridges. The flat, flooded land on either side made a killing ground with no cover, with artillery ranged and sighted perfectly. Moorkirk was a defeat, showing new tactics and extensive planning would be needed to assault and cross canals, and the Canadians would end up doing it better than anyone else. George, fire warning shot. But Zaruk, I'm operating an artillery piece. It's potato, potato. Fire it! Battle of Breskin's Pocket. The Breskin's Pocket is a flooded coastal area crisscrossed with canals and heavily defended by Germans to prevent Allied shipping. The pocket must be closed. Oh boy. October 6th. So it's been about 2 weeks. Welcome to Breskins. The Breskins Pocket was named after the coastal town of Breskins. Breskins is a harbor town, mostly reliant on fishing and its Visseljefsten Fishery Festival. The oldest cast iron lighthouse in the Netherlands was built there in 1867. The town was carpet bombed during the war, leaving little of the historical city center intact. Amphibious vehicles. Yep, navigating through the mud and the water. Yep. Buffalo amphibious vehicles. The Churchill AVREs with the bridge layers. What? Uses a pair of Mark II standard number 2 binoculars to observe enemy movements during a scouting, stalking, and sniping training course. What are you wearing? Is that supposed to be like an early version of a ghillie suit? Or like a covering? You look ridiculous. Take your mama's stockings off your head. The Breskins Pocket is a flooded coastal area crisscrossed with canals and heavily defended by the Germans. The pocket must be closed, Breskins taken, and all artillery neutralized. The terrain is their strongest weapon. With most polder land below sea level, it was easy for them to flood the surrounding fields and mine any areas above water. However, your biggest obstacle will be 2 canals that must be crossed. Your engineers must construct temporary Bailey bridges over these canals for our forces to cross. The enemy knows the bridges must be placed and will do everything they can to stop you. The canal will be lined with enemies, which can spot and call down artillery on your approaching units. Keep your engineers safe by scouting ahead of time and clearing out nearby troops before attempting bridge construction. Expect strong counterattacks each time a bridge is finished. Dig in around each bridgehead. Let's see. Battalion strength, infantry, artilleries, navigate. Opposite side of the canal will be manned and used for counterattacks on any bridgehead. Enemy artillery on the high ground. Non-flooded areas will be mined and the roads will be defended. Take your time and move carefully and slowly. Use aerial recon and scouts to identify and bombard enemies before crossing. Enemy artillery may be high ground and could be eliminated with your own artillery. Oh, God. Oh, God. So you... I just got a chill down my spine. For those who don't know what they're asking, we need to cross this canal, deal with everyone right here, and then cross this one and deal with everyone over here. All of these hills are going to have artillery on them. All of the roads that are not flooded are going to have mines. Oh, God, kill me now. Just kill me now. Objectives. Every 30 enemy artillery casualties and every 30 enemy anti-tank gun casualties, and 3 points for taking Briskins. Yeah, okay, I'll try. You were asking a lot. Objective: survive the mission. Well, okay, maybe it's not as bad as I think. Mainly because, here's the thing. If we see where they are, we can flatten them with air support and our own artillery. The thing is, though, we're not going to have enough air support to neutralize every position. We're going to have to take them, which means we are going to have to get men to cross the canals and fight. So, ugh, this is going to be nasty. All right. So, let me grab air support. There we go. see. Well, it's outworking the engineers. You do a good job, you keep getting the job. Let's see, what else do I have? Any. So, most of this is going to be artillery. 1, 2. All right, 2 infantry units is not going to be enough, so I'm probably going to bring a third one. I'm mostly bringing artillery so we can pound the shit out of those positions. That's the main objective. Again, the objective is, again, taking Breskin, sure, that is one of the objectives, but it's hold it. So, it's not we may not have to do it. We'll see. It's points, but you don't have to get them all. So, alright, I'm not bringing any tanks because this is not tank country. They'll get bogged down, they'll get picked off like animals. Let's go. I'm not bringing tanks.
You can call us Able Bomber Squadron, ready to deliver some gifts to Jerry. Engineer, reporting for duty. We'll be Baker. We're at Foxtrot 15. No time like the present. Infantry Battalion, reporting in as call sign Charlie. We're at Delta 15. Riflemen, ready to do our part. Artillery, here. You can call us Dog. We're at Go 15. We're reaching for HQ. Here, negative. Don't have any. Negative. Don't have any. Well, today, oil at the moment. Negative. Don't have any. Engineers, reserves at the moment. Artillery, here. You can call us up. We're at Echo 15. Let's get to work. Infantry company reporting for duty. Will be George. We're at Charlie 16. Boots on the ground. Win wars. Engineers reporting in as call sign. Pow. We're at India 16. The boys are ready.
Able aerial reconnaissance at Delta 11.
Able here. Cameras are ready. Flying to Delta 11.
Start mission.
Here's Roger. Mission is a go.
Alright. We're not doing anything until I get photos. Get me more pictures of the Germans! Alright. So, I'm willing to bet there's an artillery position on that hill. They probably have the town occupied. It's not even an objective, but they probably have dug in on it. And then, of course, they're going to be in that foxhole. So we're mostly going to spend a good amount of time just marking positions before I do anything. Get me those pictures! Now...
Aerial sortie finished.
Oh,
ready for our next mission.
Shit! Okay. Wow. Damn. Okay, then. Shit. Well... That's, okay. There's snipers up there. Alright, hold on, pause. Let me make a quick mark. So, we've got snipers there. There's an anti-tank gun position there. There's tanks there's tanks in the marshland. There's engineers in the town. And then there's more engineers over here. That was one photo, good God. Alright. I'm gonna hold on to that. Able. Aerial reconnaissance at Juliet 11.
Able here. Let's take a look-see at Juliet 11.
Dog and Fox. Fire barrage at Foxtrot 9.
Hawk here. Raining thunder down on Foxtrot 9. Get those planes refueled for our next stop.
Alright, so there is an engineer group here, and then there's artillery up on the hill, as I figured. Alright. Well, Able, aerial bombardment at Foxtrot 11.
Able here. Scrambling bombers for bombing mission at
Dog, easy. Fox, fire barrage at Bravo 10.
Hawk here. Morgan confirmed.
I'm having every artillery piece I have pound that hill where the sniper is. I probably did something.
Able here. On the way.
Long-range shooting? I'll show you long-range shooting! Let's see. I don't... like, it's right in the middle. I don't know if that's 10 or 9. Hey, Leo, what's up? Dog, Fox, easy. Fire barrage at Foxtrot 9.
Hawk here. Artillery firing at Foxtrot 9. 3. Barrages remaining.
Able, aerial bombardment at Juliet 9.
Able here. Halifax bombers taxiing the runway. Headed for Juliet 9.
That's good, Leo. Glad to hear. Alright. Charlie, George, Jig, move to Juliet 15.
George here. Headed to Juliet
Jig,
15.
move to Juliet 15.
Jig here. Alright. Heading to grid Juliet 15. Jig here. We're here at Juliet 15. George here. We're at Foxtrot 15. On our way to Juliet 15. Able here. Bomb doors open and packages are being dropped. Oh, here. Able here. Enemy artillery battery is out of commission.
Good. Got rid of it. Wonderful. Just in time. Alright.
George here. We've arrived at Juliet.
Dog, fire barrage at Foxtrot 11.
That was a hit. Down here. Raining thunder down on Foxtrot 11.
Easy and Fox, fire barrage at Kilo 13.
Hawk here. Artillery.
Cancel artillery.
13. 2. Barrages
Well,
remaining.
don't know where they got that from, but that's gonna go wide. Dog, fire barrage at Kilo 13.
Easy here. Down here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Kilo 30. Down here. Hawk here. I'm getting reports that did some real damage.
Alright. Let's see. How? Move to Juliet 14. How? Move to Juliet 14.
Out here. Moving to grid Juliet 14.
Able, aerial reconnaissance, Echo 11.
Able here. Aerial recon heading out to Echo 11.
I want to see if those positions are still there. If they're not, well, good.
Jig here. We're not equipped to perform that action. Jig here. We're engaged at Juliet 15. Assisted by Charlie, George, and Al. We also have reports of enemy engineers at Kilo 13.
Dog, fire barrage at Kilo 13. Cancel artillery.
Here. Unable to comply.
I'll just do it myself.
Doc here. Able here. You call, we deliver. Where next?
Alright, that position's gone. Good.
Doc here. Yeah, that was the direct hit. Doc here. Roger. Dropping Chow's arm. Eagle 30 times to turn that position into hamburger.
Alright. I don't know if he's...
We don't know how to do that, sir.
I don't know. He may not be gone. Yeah, he's still there. But we're going to avoid him, so... Got him. Yeah, I think that did it.
Out here, we can no longer see alligators. They were last seen at Kilo 12, heading north. Out here, high, free.
Alright. Dog, cancel artillery.
Dog here, gunners, hold fire.
Dog, sustain barrage, Foxtrot 11.
Dog here, artillery firing at Foxtrot 11.
Anti-dat shit.
Until toes is stuck.
The good news is with the artillery and the anti-tank guns gone, it means we won't get shelled from a distance, so if the enemy wants to fight, they actually have to come to us. And so far, the only thing I've seen are engineers. That tank unit will be a problem, but that's why I'm blasting the hell out of that terrain. Once the bridge is up, we'll send the infantry across, and we'll get a foothold. Alright.
Out here, hey!
Alright, is that enough to get across? Yeah, it is. Alright.
George here, alright, heading to grid, Kilo 13, Charlie here, Kilo 13, it is Jake here, headed to Kilo 13.
Alright, send the infantry across to get a foothold.
George here, got eyes on, alligator, at Juliet 11, heading right for us. George here, they're in range. Open fire.
Those engineers are dead if they don't pull back.
George here. There's more where that came from. Out here. We started clearing the minefield. I want safe paths marked out ASAP. Charlie here. Spotted engineers at Hotel 13. And right for us. Big here. We have the numbers. Spread out and pour fire into them. Dog here. I thought Panthers were supposed to be George here. Right.
Dog, cancel artillery.
Dog here. Canceling barrage.
That takes care of the tanks.
Charlie here. We lost visuals on air. They were last seen at India 12, heading northwest. Out here, we last saw alligator at Kilo 11, heading north.
Alright. So, we've got ourselves a foothold. Time to move up. First things first, though. Able, aerial recon, Hotel 7.
Able here. Coordinates confirmed. Will photograph Hotel 7.
Have at thee, ye
Out
bastard.
here, this is a mine-free zone.
Alright. Nice. George, move to Kilo 10. Kilo 10. Canadian thing. It's the accent.
George here, Kilo 10, it is. George here, Roger, moving to Kilo 10. George here. His line just got blown off. This is a minefield.
Oh, God.
Here, hold up. This looks like a minefield.
Another one?
How should we proceed? Out here, headed to Kilo 10. Able here. No rest for the wicked. Where do you... Out here. Hold position, engineers. We've entered a hostile minefield.
All right, so
we'll
we gotta-
start clearing it, but it'll take a while.
Gotta
If
wait
we
for the
can't do it, we're fighting, we're moving.
Gotta wait for the engineers to clear the minefield. Alright. Baker, move to Juliet 12.
Baker, moving to Great Juliet 12.
So there's an anti-tank gun position here. Able, aerial recon, Echo 3.
Able here, Echo 3. Alright, be back in a jiffy. Bakersfield got a visual on Bear at Hotel 12. Out here, we cleared the minefield. We're waiting orders.
George and Jig moved to Kilo 9. Ah, for Pete's sake.
George here, Kilo 9 it is. Bakersfield. Alright, engineer. Jig here. Can't relocate like that. Lost under fire. Out here. Enemy engineers eliminated.
Another one down.
Able here. Air George here. We're already at that location. Jig here. Roger. Moving to Kilo 10.
Wait, really? That's it? I don't buy that for a second.
Jig here. We're here at Kilo 10.
That's all? No. They've got to have more. They wouldn't just leave it like that. Able, aerial recon, Juliet 4. Juliet 4.
Able here. Juliet 4. Confirmed. We're your eyes in the sky.
Okay. Dog, fire barrage at Hotel 12.
Dog here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Hotel 12. Dog here. Bombardment. Target.
Dog, sustained barrage, Hotel 12.
Dog here. Raining thunder down on Hotel 12. We'll grind them into dust.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the roads, Clara. Baker, move to Kilo 8. Why Kilo? Why is that the hard word?
Baker here. Alright, heading to Grand Kilo. Able here. Stories remaining. Out here.
Really?
Moving to Grand Juliet. Dog here. Enemy engineers eliminated.
Another one down. Dog, cancel artillery.
Dog here. Delay that fire mission.
Really?
Out here.
That's
Alright,
it?
engineers. Run out and start clearing this minefield. Baker here. We started clearing the minefield. I want safe paths marked out ASAP.
Is that maybe because... there's less enemies than I thought because you were expected to, like, not check there because maybe you didn't think there'd be that many? So you would just cross and then get jumped? But that can't be it. I mean, if it is, great, but...
Out here. This is a mine-free zone.
Able, aerial bombardment, Hotel 6.
Able here. Hotel 6. Won't know what hit him.
Dog, easy, Fox. Move to Juliet 11.
Fox here. Over the Grand Juliet 11. Baker here. You're at Kilo 9.
Baker and Howe, move to Juliet 7. Juliet 7. Howe, Baker, move to Juliet 7.
Out here. Moving to Grand Juliet 7.
Okay, now you get it.
Able here. Raining righteous hellfire from above. Fox here. Units become a bit scattered. It'll take a while to regroup. Out here. We've arrived at... Dog here. You're here. Baker here. The footing is treacherous here, and a few of the men have twisted their ankles. Easy here. We've arrived at Juliet 11. Easy here. Heading to Juliet. Dog here. All right. Heading to Fox here. Over to Grand Juliet 9.
Able, aerial bombardment, Hotel 6.
Able here. Bomb bays loaded and are en route to Hotel 6. Baker here. Kilo 6. Get in. Out here. Baker here. We've arrived at Kilo Bridge.
Get those bridges built.
Charlie here. Roger. Moving to Kilo 7. George here. Headed to Kilo. Jig here. Alright. Heading to Grid Kilo 7. Able here. We've completely destroyed destroyed an enemy company.
Nice. That takes care of the anti-tank guns, so that nothing can stop us from getting the bridges built.
George here. What's your ass? Kilo 7. Doc here. You're here at Juliet 9.
Alright. Once the bridges are built, we're just gonna pour across.
Able here. Forward observers report that fire mission was successful. Get those planes refueled for our next stop. Charlie here. Out here. Great.
Alright, bridge is done.
Baker here. Hey.
Easy, Dog, Fox, fire barrage at Foxtrot 2.
Hawk here. Ordnance confirmed. Fire barrage at Foxtrot 2. 1. Barrage is remaining.
Thank you for the posture check and the stretch. Oh, there ain't gonna be much left in there when I'm done with it.
George here. Count on us to capture Lewisburg. Charlie here. Hey, Frosty, everyone. Heading to Jake here. Preparing to assault. Out here. Show those shovels and grab your rifles.
Thank you for the hydrate.
They're running with the tail between their legs. Out here. After units just like now.
How? Retreat.
Out here. Don't need to tell us twice. Out here. Everyone's calmed down at Kilo 7.
Baker, retreat.
Baker, you're leaving. Baker, no one gets left behind. Jake is engaged at Lewisburg and are supported by...
Where the fuck did the tanks come from?
Combat against tanks at Lewisburg. After being wiped out. Down! We're being shown in an unknown position.
Dog, Fox, Easy, fire barrage at Hotel 6.
Hawk here. Ordnance and got too many wounded. Fall back! Doc here. I'm getting reports that did some real damage. George here.
George, Charlie, move to Kilo 6.
Easy here. George here. So grid, you can no longer see Cheetah. This is impossible. Run! Hawk here. George here. We walked into a damn minefield. Nobody move!
Baker, move to Juliet 5.
Baker here. Headed to Charlie here. We're at Juliet 6. We're headed to Kilo 6. We've got a few wounded, but nothing serious.
Oh god, what's that?
Easy here. We're engaged at Juliet 9.
Oh, it's the sniper.
At Hotel 8 are firing on us from outside our range. We're talking combat.
Damn it.
Doc here. Roger. Dropping shells on Hotel 8. Doc here. That was a hit. Keep those coordinates coming. Doc here. Artillery firing at Hotel 8. JKTQ here. Locals are claiming enemy troops have moved into Lewisburg. Doc here. We've completely destroyed an enemy company.
Good.
Charlie here. We're at Kilo 6. We've taken minor casualties. Doc here. Delay that fire mission.
Dog, Easy, Fox, fire barrage at Hotel 6.
Hawk here. No can do. We're George here. We're at Kilo 5. We're almost down to the left. Doc here. Forward of service report. That fire mission was success. HQ here. Backing up. George here. You last saw Dingo at Salt 6. Heading. Jake here. We're at Lima 6. We're running close to half strength.
Damn it. Easy, fire barrage at Hotel 6.
Easy here. No can do. We're too busy fighting.
Fighting what? What's attacking you?
Easy here. We're engaged at Juliet 9. Eagle at Hotel 8 are firing on us from outside our range.
Oh my god, I thought we killed that thing.
Down
Fire!
Here. Raining thunder down on those damn snipers are all dead.
Thank
We
God.
got him. I'm getting reports that did some real damage.
Okay.
Easy here. Roger. Dropping shells on hotel. Hawk here. No can do. We're completely out of shells. Down here. Artillery firing at hotel. 6. They'll continue firing until... Easy here. Enemy engineers eliminated.
Okay, thank God. Takes care of that.
Easy here. Yeah! That was a direct hit. Down here. Gunners. Hold fire.
Alright, we gotta get in there. Charlie, move to location 2.
Charlie here. Moving out to Oostburg. They'll be expecting us.
Baker, move to location 2.
Baker here. Hold up. We're attacking.
George, move to location 2.
George here. Stay frosty, everyone. Heading to HQ here. The forward command post can now be deployed. Charlie here. George here. His lights just got blown off. This is a minefield.
Baker, move to Juliet 5.
Baker here. Headed to Juliet 5.
Gotta clear that minefield.
Baker here. All position engineers.
Jig, move to location 2.
Jig here. Consider Oostburg to be ours. George here. You last saw Dingo at Salt 6. Heading southwest.
So they're falling back along the river. Alright.
Down here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing. Hawk here. No can do. We're completely out of shells. Easy here. Raining sun. Right. 2. Jig here. We've arrived at Oostburg.
Good. Alright. I'm just gonna pound that position until there's nothing left.
Baker here. Cleared the minefield. Awaiting orders. Easy here. Hold on. We're not done with our previous barrage.
Blood for the blood god!
Easy here. We're running low on ammo. Easy here. Templin barrage. George here. We're at Juliet 5. No.
Alright, I think that'll do it.
Down here. Delay that fire mission. Baker here. Moving out too. They'll be expecting us. Charlie here. Count on us to capture Redskins.
Hopefully there's nothing left after that, but if there is...
Baker here. We can see Dingo.
Yep, there
Baker
is.
here. They walked right into our ambush. Way into them. Roger. Falling back.
Of course. The tanks are in the position. Alright.
Down here. Roger. Dropping Chow's arm. Easy here. Artillery firing at Foxtrot. 2. Barrages remaining. HQ here. Going forward command post. This will rally and organize units within the vicinity. Down. Easy here. Bombardment was on target. Charlie here. Redskins is ours now.
Alright, that's one whole tank squad wiped out. 2 of them, technically. Alright.
Down here. Gunners. Hold fire. Charlie here. We're at Redskins. We've got a few wounded, but nothing serious. Baker here. We're at Golf 6. We've taken minor casualties. Baker here. We'll hold for ya. Jig here. We're at Oostburg. We suffered moderate casualties. George here. Grab your shovels, boys. We're digging in.
Alright.
Baker here. We're here at... Baker here. Affirmative. Let's get these trench lines sorted out.
Oh, that wasn't as... I shouldn't jinx it, but that wasn't too bad. We'll see what happens, but... That wasn't as bad as it could have been, honestly. I guess if you try to, like, charge... Wait, hold on.
Hey, George here. Hope these voxels are not HQ here. That'll have to do for now. Expanding forward command post.
Yeah, it's almost like they, they expect you to just throw your guys across, but we didn't do that. We made sure to secure every position. So... I don't think the mission needs to be... Well, okay, technically...
HQ here. Staff officers are ready to deploy a forward
It's
command
this
post.
long because they want you to take your time, but, I mean... Unless you're going to tell me that more guys are going to show up, which if they do, that's bullshit, but if more of them show up, I've still got the heavy artillery, so... Okay, that's weird. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, most of them are out of shells. Let's see.
Easy here. We're absolutely at time. We got a few wounded, but nothing serious. 2 barrages remaining.
Yep. Alright, so let's see what we had to fight against. 2 tank groups, 2 anti-tank gun positions, 1 artillery position, a absolute fuck ton of engineers, one sniper. Yeah, 1 sniper and 1 infantry group, who I think we wiped off the face of the earth. It's weird because they were like, hey, expect counterattacks when you get your bridges up. Okay, well, with the first one, because we knocked out the tanks, the only thing they counterattacked with was engineers, which that's not gonna stop me. And then the other one, I don't know where that other tank group came from. Like, unless they, like, either spawned on the map or they came from, like, over here and I didn't see them. But we drove them off, so... No, the ADATS group, which fires 1 shell, they've got plenty of ammo, but the standard artillery like has 2 barrages left, but I don't think we're gonna need it. Let's see. I mean, they kept saying, hey, they're gonna have artillery on the high grounds. We never came under artillery attack because we knocked all of them out. Like,
the operation's nearly over.
You could have put some artillery here, up on the 4th hill. You could have put some in the, in the city. Well, okay, they'd be better right there. They put anti-tank guns in the town. You could have put artillery up on the hill. Made me waste more of my airstrikes, but okay. There we go. Mission over.
That's right. Run! The war won't last much longer with battles like that. HQ, your time is up and the operation is over. All units sign out.
Alright, we fought 1 infantry unit, 2 tank units, 1 artillery, 2 anti-tank guns, 1 sniper, 3 engineers.
Not a light beating. Nothing too serious. Charlie here, just a few losses.
Oh, 4 groups of engineers. Alright, dang. Nice. Major victory. Polder country. A polder is a low-lying area of land enclosed by high embankments called dikes. In Belgium and the Netherlands, more than 8,000 square kilometers have been reclaimed from river deltas, allowing these small countries to slowly expand their amount of dry, arable land. With 1/3 of the Netherlands below sea level, flooding is a serious threat. Dikes must be maintained and water levels monitored. The Germans broke several dikes to flood large portions of land to limit and funnel Allied troops to stay on raised dikes, making soldiers be exposed and easy targets for machine guns. And a Brin gun carrier. A German armored car dug into the ground and used as a pillbox. Yeah. There's a Stug. Alright. Now the big one. The Walcheren Causeway. Only Walcheren Island remains. Advance along the causeway and open the Scheldt estuary. I want y'all to look at this map when I show it to y'all. October 31st, 1944. Halloween. Welcome to Walcheren. Or Walcheren, I don't know how you say it. Features the Scheldt River and the Causeway, a former island sitting on the northern edge of the Scheldt River estuary. The construction of a nearby dam now connects it to the mainland via causeway. During the Napoleonic Wars, a British force landed to destroy the French fleet moored at Vlissingen? This campaign ended in disaster as all troops fell ill with Walkeran fever, a combination of malaria and typhus. Ugh. Snow comes to the Canadian Army. Let's see. Alright. Here's the map. We're over here. Walkeran Island is the last enemy holdout on the Scheldt estuary. It's connected to South Beveland via a raised causeway surrounded by the slow channel. Due to variance in depth, assault boats are unable to cross. The only way onto the island is a direct assault. The enemy has dug in to the opposite side with AT guns, bunkers, and artillery. Expect high casualties. You will provide aerial and artillery cover to friendly infantry assaulting across the causeway. If their attacks fail, your own infantry battalions will be called in to attack. Expect a strong counterattack if the fortifications are taken. The bunker is defended by infantry and anti-tank guns. The enemy also has a scout unit acting as spotters for their artillery. Use aerial recon to identify enemy positions and destroy the enemy scout and artillery units. Use sustained barrages to suppress enemy fortifications. I will let y'all look at this map again. We literally, thankfully, we're not making the assault. If the assault fails, then we'll have to go in. But otherwise, our job is just to clear the defenses the best we can and cover the guys who are going in. So... And if y'all are looking at this and going, that's absolutely suicidal. Yeah, it is. Let's see. So I'm going to need as much artillery as possible for this. Nope, not that one. See. Hopefully we won't have to attack. Well, it's a video game. We're probably gonna have to attack. That's all the artillery I have. Everything else is an anti-tank gun, but they don't have the range, so... Oh boy. Here we go.
Air support here. You can call us Hazel. Visibility is good enough. Planes ready to assist you. Artillery, reporting for duty. We'll be HQ here for their artillery. Coming right up. Artillery, reporting in the score time. Royal Canadian Horse Artillery here. You can call us. Charlie, we're at Oscar 7, ready to drop the hammer.
This is insanity! They're just gonna throw guys across... I mean, yes, historically this did happen. They just threw guys across the causeway. This is a defender's wet dream. One road, one avenue of approach, and all the defenses you could ask for. Good God, these guys are going to die. So the best I can do is give them as much cover as I can. Able, aerial reconnaissance at Gulf 3.
Able here, eyes in the sky checking out at Gulf 3.
Start mission.
Affirmative, moving into position.
This is gonna be bad. Please tell me you're gonna give me time to actually fire on these positions. Baker, sustained barrage at Gulf 5.
Baker, coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Gulf 5. We'll grind them into dust. Able here. Air support ready for the next stop.
Okay, so there's scouts up there on the hills. Engineers, rifle, infantry, and anti-tank guns in the bunker. Alright. Got it. Able, aerial bombardment at Gulf 2.
Able here. Coordinates confirmed. We'll bomb Gulf 2.
How, Charlie, fire barrage at Gulf 8.
Hal here. Roger. Dropping shells on Gulf 8. Hal here. Enemy artillery battery is out of commission.
Nice. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
HQ here. The main assault force is about to arrive.
Already? Jesus.
Able here. Bombs on their way. Glad I'm not down there.
How, Charlie, fire barrage at Hotel 4.
Hal here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Hotel 4-3. Able here. HQ here. The main assault force is about to arrive.
Able, aerial reconnaissance at Foxtrot 6.
Able here. Get your smiles ready, Jerry. You're going to be famous.
Oh god, they're just throwing companies over the bridge. Good god. How, Charlie, fire barrage at Gulf 6.
Hal here. Roger. Dropping shells on Gulf 6.
Baker, cancel artillery.
Baker here. Canceling barrage. Charlie here. Forward observers report that fire mission was successful. Hal here. I'm getting Able here. You call, we deliver. Where next?
Baker, fire barrage at Hotel 4.
Baker here. Artillery firing at Hotel.
Charlie and Howe, fire barrage at Gulf 6.
Charlie here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Gulf 6.
Able, aerial bombardment, Foxtrot 5.
Able here. Scrambling bombers for bombing mission at Foxtrot 5. Charlie here. Bombardment was on target.
Charlie and Howe, fire barrage at Hotel 6.
Charlie here. Thunder.
Baker, sustained barrage at Gulf 4.
Baker to the thunder. Dropping shells on Gulf 4. Trying to turn that position into hamburger. Charlie here. That was a hit. Keep those coordinates coming. Baker here. Enemy engineers eliminated. Able here. Bombers are overhead and they're about to drop their payload. Steer clear of the marked zone. Enemy engineers eliminated. Able here. I don't see any of them moving. I think those enemy infantry are toast. Able here. Forward observers report that fire mission was successful. No rest for the wicked. Where do you need us next? Able here. That's the last we'll see of those enemy infantry. We wiped out an entire infantry company.
Alright, we're doing good so far. They're making progress. Baker, cancel artillery.
Baker here. Delaying that fire.
Howe, Charlie, fire barrage at Gulf 6.
Hal here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Gulf 6-1. Hal here. Enemy engineer. Able here. Planting the flag on location 2. Charlie here. I'm getting reports that did some real damage. Able here. I don't see any of them moving. I think those enemy infantry are toast.
Oh, it's this group.
Hal here. HQ here. Enemy reinforcements are arriving from the
Oh,
north.
shit. Here comes trouble. Not good. I really hope you guys are ready, because this is gonna be bad. Holy crap. Alright. Here they come. Yep. How, Charlie? Fire barrage at Hotel 8.
Charlie here. Thunder down on Hotel 8. Charlie here. Apartment was on target.
Baker, fire barrage at Gulf 4.
Taker here. Thunder. Dropping shells on Gulf 4. Eagle here. Got eyes on Cheetah. Taker here. That was a 7. Cheetah. Won't know what hit him.
I need that tack air right now. These guys are going to lose the position. How, Charlie, Baker, fire barrage at Gulf 4.
Taker Powell here. Raining thunder down on Gulf 4. Taker over the service report that fire mission was successful. Charlie here. Eagle here. Yeah! That was a direct hit. Aerial's already finished. Ready for our next mission. Eagle here. Typhoons are taking off. Heading for Powell here. Bombardment causing target infantry. Stallion reporting for duty. We'll be dog. We're at Papa 4. Infantry ready for the dirty work.
It's our turn to be ordered into the grinder. Push into the causeway and attack.
Reporting in is call sign easy. We're at Papa 5. It all way. Eagle here. Now for the fun part. Let's give them some fireworks. Eagle here. Got a visual on Cheetah. That was a hit. See those coordinates coming. Get those planes for fuel for our next stop. Got eyes on Hyena. And those 4.
All right, let them have it. Just pull back. Let them have it. I've got a surprise for them. They want it so badly they can have it.
Hotel 5, Dog, item, and Kilo. We're fighting Hyena at Gulf 4. Eagle here. Tactical airstrike confirmed. Keep eyes on the...
How, Charlie, fire barrage at Gulf 4.
Powell here.
Oh, come on.
Completely out of Charlie here. Roger. Dropping shells on Gulf 4. 2 garages remaining. Taker here. Artillery firing at Gulf 4. Will Eagle here. We can't see the target from up here. Dog here. Spotting Cheetah at Hotel. Heading right for us. Charlie here. Over. Eagle here. Roger. Fighter bombers taking off. Heading to strike Cheetah. Charlie here. That location is out of range. We'll need to reposition. Charlie here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Gulf 4. 1. Garages remaining.
Good grief.
Eagle here. Get eyes on the target. Begin in strafe and run. Charlie here. I'm getting reports that did some real damage.
We've restocked the... Oh, thank you!
Eagle here. We lost all. Cheetah at Gulf 7. Heading home. Eagle here. We lost all. Cheetah at Gulf 7. Heading home. Taker here. Gunners. Full fire. Dog here. Last on. At Gulf 5. Powell here. Elkadoo. We are complete. Charlie here. Thunder down on Gulf 4. Powell here. Elkadoo.
Wait, you said we restocked the... You said we restocked the shells.
Charlie here. Apartment was on target. Charlie here.
Fire everything.
Shells on Gulf 4. Grind them into dust. Eagle here. We can see Cheetah at Gulf 8. Taker here. Artillery firing at Gulf 8. Time to turn that position into ham. We've arrived at. We can no longer see Hyena. They were last seen at Gulf. Taker here. Those Charlie here. Canceling barrage.
Whew, okay. We done good.
Eagle here. We open up those tanks like tin cans. Easy here. We last saw Hyena. At Golf. Able here. We lost Octopus.
Alright,
At
cancel.
Trickles. Delay that fire mission.
Okay. Tanks are done. We need to push forward again. Alright.
Preparing to assault. Already mutiny. Dog here. Form up. We're attacking.
Good God.
Here. We last saw Hyena. At Golf 2. Heading north. Here. We can see infantry. We're both in the swamp. This is gonna get real dirty.
Crap. Able, aerial bombardment, Charlie 5.
Able here. Halifax bombers.
Easy, dog, hold position.
Running for the hill.
Actually, wait, easy, dog. Move to Foxtrot 5.
Here. Roger. Moving to Foxtrot 5.
Yeah, they need to get out of the blast zone.
Dog here. You're at Echo. We can no longer see rats. They will have
Dog, move to Foxtrot 5.
heading north. Moving straight Foxtrot 5. Echo 5 and are supported by Dog. We're firing on Rat at Delta 5 and Alligator at Delta 5. I don't know about this. Able here. We've completely destroyed an enemy company.
I hope we're in range.
Al here. Look at this. We are completely out of shells. Charlie here. That location is out of range. We'll need to reposition. That location is out of range. We'll need to reposition. Of
course.
Moving to
Alright, well then move on to the causeway.
All right. Heading to Fight 5. Able here. That was a hit. See those coordinates coming. 2. Dog here. We received that. Echo 5. 5 easy. Combat against Alligator. Able here. Typhoons will straight target with rockets and cannons.
Just
Baker here. Barrage that.
Just die.
HQ here. We know the situation on the ground. Let's exploit it. Staff officers are on their way to coordinate our troops. Able here. Let's give them hell. Rockets and cannons open and fire. Baker here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Delta. Charlie here. Thunder down on. Baker Able here. I'm getting reports that did some real damage. 1. Able here. An eyes on. Hyena. Charlie here. Baker here. Thunder. Dropping shells on Golf 4. Wilson. Charlie here. Artillery firing at Golf 4. Dog here. Moving out 2. They'll be expected. Visual on. Count on us. The capture. Already muted. We last saw Alligator. At Charlie here. Bombardment was on target.
the madhouse.
Our imager is under new management. Charlie here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Golf 4. Able here. Hyena. Won't know what hit him. We formed the perimeter on the outskirts of town and are firing. Charlie here. That was a hit. Keep those coordinates coming.
Good grief. Just die. Give up already.
Able here. Dog here. We are here at Bravo 4.
How many shells do I have to drop on you guys?
Charlie here. Thunder down on Golf 4. Able here. Dog here. We're running close to half strength. We can see Alligator at Bravo 3. Able here. We lost all. Charlie here. HQ here. Backing up the forward commandos. Charlie here. That location is out of range. We'll need to Baker here. Hold on. We're not done with our previous barrage. Gunners, full fire. That location is out of range. We'll need to reposition.
No, for Pete's sake.
Baker here. Roger. Moving to fuel. Charlie here. All right. Heading to.
I'm just
Juliet
imagining a
5.
bunch of dudes just pushing the artillery onto this really narrow bridge because they're like, shit, we gotta get closer. Close the distance so we can fire these things.
Dog here. Baker here. We are here at Juliet 5. Charlie here. We're here at Juliet 5. Baker here. Roger. Dropping shells on Bakersfield. Yeah, that was a direct hit.
Good grief, just... Okay. Just give up already.
Charlie here. Bombardment was on target.
So many engineers.
Charlie here. Coordinates confirmed. Firing for Bakersfield. Raining thunder down on Bravo 3. Bakersfield, that was a hit. Keep those coordinates coming. Bakersfield, Roger. Dropping shells on Bravo 3. Bakersfield, I'm getting HQ here. The forward command post can now be deployed. Dogs here. Off shoulder dogs. Let's get cozy. Bakersfield, artillery firing at Bravo 3. Charlie here. Bakersfield, I'm getting reports.
Drop everything on him. Hit him with everything and the kitchen sink.
Charlie here. Yeah! That was
Able, aerial bombardment, Bravo 3.
Able here. You got fuck all fuel and ammo. No more sorties.
Okay, fine, then I'll just keep pounding him with artillery.
Charlie here. Reading thunder down on Bravo 3. Bakersfield, Roger. Dropping shells on Bravo 3. Time to turn that position into hamburger.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but if I was in that group, if I was in that battalion, I'd be thinking otherwise about staying there. I'd probably run.
Now, here. How can do? We are completely out of shells. Charlie here. We wiped out and it's Bakersfield canceling up. Belay that fire mission.
Yep, there it is. Only took a few minutes of constant bombardment for him to give up.
Able here.
Or die.
Aida, and north. 2, heading north.
I think that's it. I think we did it. I think we seized the causeway. It cost who knows how many lives, but I think we killed a lot more of them than they did of us. I wonder.
Bakersfield, artillery firing at Golf 2.
Oh,
Bakersfield, bombardment was on target.
are they making a...
Able here, we can see. Aida, and north. 2, heading right for us.
Ah, they're actually going to attack. Okay.
Charlie here, no can do. We're completely out of shells. Bakersfield, coordinates confirmed. Firing barrage at Golf 2. We'll continue firing until told to stop. Bakersfield, gunners, full fire. Bakersfield, raining thunder down on Golf 3. We'll grind them into dust. Bakersfield, I don't see any of them moving. I think those enemy infantry are toast. Canceling
Okay.
barrage.
Okay. So just to explain to you guys, one unit, like with one dude on the marker, is 100 men. A battalion is 400. Usually 300 to 400. So that is 400, 800, 900, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 men dead trying to defend this causeway. That's a whole platoon of tanks, one artillery squad, or platoon basically, one artillery position, one group of scouts, and 3 groups of engineers. That is around... Let's see if I remember the numbers correctly. Let's see, 5 guys, so 5, 25, 155, 180.
HQ here. Time's almost up. Remember your objectives.
So, this was about 1,500 men total that we killed. Nerd, shut up. Sometimes you have to count the numbers so you know if it was worth the cost. Spoiler, it's never worth the cost. It's never enough. You can win 10 to 1 and it's still not enough. Hey, Pun, how you doing, bud? I am playing Radio General. This is it's a strategy game where you're a general looking at his map and using radio commands to move your guys. Even has voice recognition. Watch this. Easy. Move to Foxtrot 5.
Headed to Foxtrot 5.
So I can't do any of the stuff. I can only tell them where to go and give them support. Yeah, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. I know you're excited for the Dead Space remake, so...
We've arrived at Foxtrot 5.
There you go. Alright, 3 seconds. Well done all.
Able here. It's a full-blown rout. The enemy's all running.
Or they're dead. I don't think they're running away.
We're done here. Unit leaders report for debriefing.
Alright, let's see.
Able here. I, for one, am not too upset we didn't see much action. Baker, artillery battery still operational. Where's our next target? Charlie here. Let's give these guns a thorough cleaning after they cool down. Dog here. Got a light beating. Nothing too serious.
Oh, there was an anti-tank gun position.
Just some losses. We'll need some time to rest.
Okay. They're pretty good. Oh, doing a one-shot full playthrough of Dead Space 06. Oh, good luck with that. Oh, impossible mode? You insane. Why? Let's see. Oh, God. Okay. So my math wasn't too far off. They had 1,475 dudes. They have a 98% casualty rate. Only 20 guys got out of there unscathed for the Germans. 410 killed, 191 missing, and everyone else was wounded. Good God. That is, ugh. But we took 20% losses. That's, ugh. That's still too many. Good God. I'm willing to bet most of those were from shrapnel from the artillery. You're a masochist, pun. I mean, yeah, even I knew that. The Walcheren Causeway was 40 meters wide and a mile long. Canadian infantry assaulted across it, facing severe machine gun and anti-tank gun fire. Crossing using small boats was attempted, but alternating water depth and marshy ground prevented any crossing. A bridgehead on the other side was established and then lost in fierce counterattacks. The next day, British commandos landed on the western side of Walcheren at Westkapelle, sealing the defenders' fate. But 8 more days of fighting was needed to completely clear Walcheren. I love all these historical photos. Here's a minesweeper clearing the harbor of Antwerp. The Royal Hamilton Light Infantry and their trucks. Soldiers of the Black Watch. All right. Next up, Operation Veritable. Clear the enemy out of the Reichwald and take the fight into Germany. The Battle of the Rhineland has begun. Oh, good. What's the next one? Groningen. Ah, okay. So, Operation Veritable. Oh, boy. So, if this is what I think it is, yep, February 8th, 1945. Gosh, Germany. The Nijmegen Salient. From November 1944 to November 1945, the 1st Canadian Army was instructed to hunker down and defend the Nijmegen Salient, a bulge of land centered around Nijmegen extending almost to Arnhem. After the exhausting, non-stop fighting through Normandy, the Channel ports, and finally the Scheldt campaign, the Canadians could use the break. However, static warfare still took its toll. Artillery battles, snipers, and fighting patrols made it anything but restful. In early December, the Germans blew more dikes, causing flooding and pulling back of the defensive line. Smoke generators on a smoke screen, on a ship. I love all these historical photos. Christmas Mail, the Canadian newsreel. Alright, what do we got? 6 months after the failed Operation Market Garden, fuck you, Monty, the Allies are ready to try again to force a crossing of the Rhine River into the industrial heartland of Germany. The first phase involves clearing the Reichwald forest. The Germans again have broken several dams to flood the area, causing a delay to the American divisions to the south. This will be a two-pronged attack toward the Xanten and Geldern. British 30 Corps Tank Squadron will move forward to attack enemy positions when your engineers have built bridges to cross the rivers and flooded anti-tank ditches. Support the Allied tank squadrons with infantry battalions, and scout ahead to clear enemy anti-tank guns before each crossing. 30 Corps tanks must arrive at their objective towns to continue the push onward. Enemy units are under strength, but expect fanatical resistance as they defend their homeland. Many will fight to the death and refuse to retreat or surrender. Alright, you have a good one too, Pun. Have a great night. Let's see. Each anti-tank ditch will be defended with AT guns. The Reichwald is likely heavily defended by infantry. Scout ahead and destroy the AT guns before each crossing. You must build bridges for Allied tanks to advance. Remember that enemy units are under strength. Hold Xanten. Every Allied tank unit that reaches Xanten, hold Geldern. What's the map look like? Okay, so where are we going to start from? Like, I cannot tell where we're starting from. Like, it says hold Xanten. Oh, okay, we're going to start at Nijmegen. Okay, we're going to start over here. So, yeah, this is a... Oh, boy, this is a nightmare waiting to happen. Because we'll start here in Nijmegen, and 30 Corps will move down the river. Or they'll move... I guess they'll move up both paths. But they can't move across the bridges, or across the water until we build bridges, so... Okay. Easier said than done. Also, the southern pincer's gonna have it easy. Once we get the bridge built, they can just keep on the road. Granted, they do have to do a bit more fighting in some towns. The other group will have to go through the marshland, go through not only, like, through here, around the Reichwald, but also they'll need... Oh, no, the Hochwald. Oh, no. This is the Hochwald Gap. Oh, no. Okay. History time with your favorite imp. The Hochwald Gap was a massacre for the Canadians. The Hochwald is basically, like it says, it's basically they'd get it's the Nijmegen Gap and then the Hochwald Gap. The Hochwald is extremely difficult to navigate, and as you can see, well, it's cut off by the Rhine. You have to cross, if you want to cross, you have to cross the river into the Hochwald. And the Hochwald was literally prepared with armor. There were literally tiger tanks waiting in the forest. Like, the Canadians lost a ton of tanks here, because they had to stay on the high ground, and they kept getting picked off by tanks. Oh, God. You're such a nerd, it's cute. Oh, okay, I'll take the cute compliment. Look, I study these things because eventually look, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I study history, I study these battles, I study these events, because sooner or later, and it'll be sooner than you think, all of the men and women who served in this conflict will be gone. There will be nobody else who can tell us exactly what happened. We'll have to rely on historical information that even now, it can be good, but there's always going to be people who can add more to it. And when the veterans and those who lived through the times are gone, we'll have to rely on those books. And unfortunately, a lot of books now that come out about the topic really won't shut up about certain things. Yes, I get it. The Tiger tank's cool. Shut up and stop acting like it's some kind of god machine. It's not. Like, there are so many books about the Tiger tank. Anyway, let's do this. Alright, we are on support duty. We can't bring tanks. Let's see. So, we're gonna need air support. So, Horizon Wing, and let's see. As always, the Cataclysm Regiment, and we'll bring the... Let's bring the Hastings and Prince Edward. We have more reinforcements coming. Let's see. Cheshire Brigade, the Royal Winnipeg Rifles. No, actually, yeah, that's fine. And then Gungnir. Also, Clara, if you're still here, Gungnir was actually a fan. Was someone in chat customized these guys. Let's see. 48th Highlanders. I'm just bringing all of my elite guys. I cannot afford to bring newbies. We need, like, the most elite units we can get. Alright. Green units are not under your control. They will move along the road toward their objectives. Assist them any way you can.
Infantry, Italian, reporting for duty. We'll be Baker. We're at Charlie. Infantry, ready for the dirty work. Hastings and Prince Edward Infantry. Reporting in the school time. Charlie. We're at Bravo. 3. Riflemen ready to do our part.
We don't even have... Oh, God, we don't even have artillery. Right. Able, aerial reconnaissance at Foxtrot 4.
Able here. Gotcha. We'll take a look at Foxtrot 4.
Ooh, this is going to be a bloody one. Start mission. Oh, it didn't work. Start mission.
Here, right away, sir. Starting operation.
Please don't move. Please don't move. Please don't move. Please don't move. Oh, wait, they can't move to the engineer's gate here. Thank God.
HQ here. Deploying reserve infantry. Coming right up. Engineer, here. Royal Winnipeg Rifle. Infantry. Company. Reporting for duty. Will be item. We're at Megan. It always comes down to the infantry.
Oh, God. Don't... No, don't go now. I'm not... Oh, God. Okay.
Baker here. Form up. We're attacking. Charlie here. Added to Echo 5. Able here. You call, we deliver.
Oh, God. There's anti-tank guns in the woods.
Baker here. Get the cover! Where are those shells coming from?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Okay, that's not funny. Demon Goddess, that's not funny. That was really well timed, but that wasn't funny. If y'all didn't hear it, if y'all didn't catch it, I said, oh God, there's anti-tank guns in the forest, and then I hear, surprise, motherfucker, right after my guys are screaming that they're under attack by artillery. I know you didn't plan it, but still, that was good. That's good. Oh God, I'm laughing at the death of virtual men. Oh God.
Out here. Turn that quick line. Close it. Tanks in front, infantry stay behind the tanks and stand out once we enter the town. Out here. Charlie, and we're firing upon Alligator Cap, Delta 5. This fight isn't going well. Boston are moving quickly here. Combat is here, so we sure prefer engineering. Item here, headed to Echo 2. We completely destroyed an enemy company.
That's one.
Out here. Everyone shut up and calm down. Sorry about that. We're at Bravo 4.
Let's see. Able. Aerial reconnaissance. Juliet 4.
Able here. Cameras are ready. Flying to Juliet 4. 48 Highlanders infantry here. You can call us. We are at Bravo 2. Boots on the ground. Item here. We've begun shelling enemy positions in the town. Easy here. All right. Heading to grid Delta 5.
I can't... It's too dangerous to call in airstrikes, because we might hit our own guys.
Baker here. Enemy engineers eliminated. We've captured. Able here. No rest for the wicked. Where do you need us next?
You're in... Yeah, I know. Alright. There. Able. Aerial bombardment. Juliet 3.
Able here. Juliet 3. Won't know what hit him. Charlie here. That's the last we'll see of those enemy.
Oh yeah, I forgot. They're like it's like they said they're not gonna retreat. They're gonna fight to the
Why
death.
do we infantry always get the short stick?
Great.
Fox here. Fox try. 6. It is. Roger, moving to Echo 6.
Good news is they won't move until I build the bridges, so this gives me some time to, like, pull some stuff together. Not funny, didn't laugh. Everyone shut up and calm down! Sorry about that.
Enemy destroyed an enemy company.
Okay. Anti-tank gun destroyed. Whoop, that's not the right piece. There we go. That's the right piece.
Al here. We're here at Echo 6. Royal Edmonton Infantry reporting in as call sign George. We're itching for a fight.
Alright. Let's see. Able. Aerial reconnaissance. India 7.
Cable here. Let's take a look-see at...
Do I have a Discord? Yes. Hit ! Discord if you want access to it. It'll give you a link.
Fox here. Arrived at Foxtrot 6. George, all right. Heading to Grid Hotel 2.
There you go. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the Forest of Memories. We have many people in our community. Just remember, the most important rule is that everyone is welcome. Let's see. Alright.
Cable here. Get those planes refueled for our next stop.
Oh god, there's tanks. Oh god, there's tanks! Jesus, okay. Okay. Able, aerial bombardment, Golf 7.
Cable here. Bomb bays loaded and are en route to Golf 7.
Wait, where are my engineers? Ah, there they are.
Dog here. Moving to Grid Juliet 2.
There's an infantry unit right there too, but I don't have enough planes to do two bombardments, so we have to wait. Yes, and Demon Goddess, we also have the we have the VOD channel.
Dog here. Raining right.
So if you want to watch streams you might have missed, you can do !YouTube. You can follow me on Twitter with !social if you want to get the schedule or know what's coming soon. So yeah, there's plenty to do. All right, let's get this bridge built.
Dog here.
Alright. So, probably didn't kill him, but...
Cable here. Board of Service reports that fire mission was successful. There's the board, ready for the next stop.
Yeah, they would have said we smashed up the tanks, so... Oh boy. Alright. You know what? Do it again. Able. Aerial bombardment. Golf 7.
Cable here. Coordinates confirmed. Will bomb Golf 7.
Like, I am not taking any chances. These engineers have already taken some damage, so if I try to build this bridge and there's tanks sitting there, they're gonna get slaughtered. Thankfully, they only need to build one bridge, so that's good.
Taker here. You're at... Taker here. Roger. Moving dog here. Item here. Headed to India 2.
Alright, the assault force will now proceed. Yeah.
Taker here. Lima 3. It is George. Roger. Moving to... Item here. Headed to Lima 3. Item here. There's a herd of sheep in our path. Slowing our progress. George, enemy infantry, set up in the woods. Cable here. I'm getting reports that did some real damage.
Okay.
Story complete. What's next?
Let's get this
Al
bridge
here.
built.
Roger, moving to Foxtrot 7. Item here. We wiped
Every time
out an entire infantry company.
Every time I try to join, it won't work. Hey, Cataclysm, can you give Demon Goddess a link to the Discord, please?
Charlie here. Added to. Easy. Set up
Thanks, Cataclysm.
Item here. Infantry have walked into our ambush position. Glad I'm not them. Out. Foxtrot 6. Existence on board. Easy message on another day. Roll that. Able here. Typhoons are taking off. Headed for Tingo. Able here. That's the last we'll see of those enemy infantry. Item here, alright. Heading to North moving east. Item here, Oscar 3. Detector, moving to... Able here. Now for the fun part. Let's give him some fireworks. Able here. Item here. We're at Ice 2. On our way to Oscar 3. Got a few wounded, but nothing serious. North, you got it. Moving east. We're lost. Able here. Yeah, that was a direct hit. You call, we deliver. Where next?
Oh, great. These guys are lost.
George, we're lost. But we can see us 1 km north of us and 2 km west of us. Damn this forest. We're going in circles. George, Roger, heading to the east. Item here. George, get down! We're being shot from an unknown position! George, moving west!
Able. Aerial recon. Papa 4.
Able here. Aerial recon heading out to Papa 4. Baker here. Lima 3. It is. Item here. Roger. Moving to Lima 3. George, you got it! Moving west! Dog here, you're at Kilo 2. We're headed to Lima 2. Able here. We knocked out an entire Panzer squad.
Alright, let's get this bridge built.
Al here. Alright, heading to grid Foxtrot 7.
Discord wasn't meant to be used on phones. That's why it's still not properly optimized for them.
Item here. Get down! We're being shelled from an unknown position! George here. We're lost. Able here. 2 stories remaining.
Okay, I see him. Right there. Able. Aerial bombardment. Papa 5.
Able here. Scrambling bombers for bombing mission at Papa 5. George here. We're lost in a damn this forest. Going in circles. George here. Roger. Heading to the... Item here. We're at Oscar 3. Got a few wounded, but nothing serious. Roger. Moving to Lima 3. Baker here. You're at Oscar 3. Baker here. Headed to Lima 3. Baker here. Item here. Get down! We're being shelled from an unknown position. Moving to grid. We're at Oscar 3. We're en route to Lima 3.
Guys, this is not the time for the AI to bug out. You guys need to move. You are under attack.
Item here. November 3. It is. Baker here. Roger. Moving to November 3. Out here. Get that bridging vehicle in place.
I guess so, Goddess.
Completely destroyed an enemy company.
Good. No more anti-tank guns.
Item here. We've arrived at Able here. Forward observers report that fire mission was successful. 1 stories remaining. George here. We're lost. But we can see us 1 km north of us. And 2 km southwest of us. Damn this forest. We're going in circles. George here. Dig deep, boys. It might just save your life.
Alright, well these guys are lost as hell, and I keep telling them, hey, just go back the way you came, but they keep getting lost, so screw it. Alright, where's that picture?
Out here. It ain't our best work, but it'll do in a pinch.
Alright.
Fox here. Headed to Golf 7. Moving to grid Golf 7. Charlie here. Golf 7. It is. Out here. We're at Foxtrot 7. We don't have enough medical supplies for the wounded. Out here. Engineers, hold up. Charlie here. We've arrived at Golf 7. Al here. Roger. Moving to Foxtrot 6. Al here. We're here at Foxtrot 6.
Alright, well apparently the tanks don't like that bridge,
Al
so
here.
build
I
another
want
one.
this bridge built yesterday. Dog here. Alright, heading to Grid Papa 3.
Alright.
Fox here. We're at Foxtrot 6. On our way to Golf 7. We need an aid station. There's too many wounded here. Easy here. We're at Foxtrot 6. Easy here. Going to Grid Golf 7. Al here. We're still working on that bridge. Fox here. We've arrived at Golf 7.
Able, report status. Able. I think they said they have 1 or 2 bombs left, so we need to...
Dog here. We're at Kilo 2. We're headed to Papa 3. We've taken minor casualties. Dog Al here. Bridge is done.
Okay, you guys have no excuse. You should be able to get across this bridge now.
Al here. Headed to Golf 7. Al here. Units become a bit scattered. It'll take a while to regroup. Dog here. We are here at November 2. Dog here. Moving to Great Papa 3. Al here. We're at Foxtrot 6. We're en route to Golf 7. Casualties are piling up here. Units become a bit scattered.
The bridge building mechanic is still a bit wonky with how it's supposed to work, because these bridges are complete. They should be able to cross, but...
Dog here. We've arrived at Papa 3. Dog here. Al here. Golf 7. It is. Al easy here. We're here at Golf 7. Al here. 1 Bailey Bridge coming right up.
We're just waiting for the bridges to be built.
Dog here. Hey. Al here. Bridge is done.
Oh, are we waiting? Oh, are we waiting on you guys to take your sweet time? I mean, cause, like, oh, okay, I see. They're literally waiting on us to, like, clear the way for them. Okay, so now you decide to give me time. All right, fine.
Item here. Roger. Moving Baker here. Headed to Quebec 4.
Well, I'm not attacking. I know there's dudes in that town. Able. Aerial bombardment. Juliet 8.
Able here. Halifax bombers taxiing the runway. Headed for Juliet 8. Item here. All right. Heading to Quebec 3.
Doing pretty well, Ferris.
Infantry line. Aim for the muzzle flashes. Dog here. Don't need to tell us what. Dog here. Rallied at November 3. All right. Heading to Great Quebec. Item here. Moving Baker here. Okay. They've been range. Light them up.
At this point, it doesn't matter how many like times I kill them, they won't retreat. Like, their fanaticism.
I'm getting reports that did some real damage. No rest for the wicked. Where do you need us next?
Able. Aerial bombardment. Juliet 8. Juliet 8. course.
We're out of fuel.
Of course they're out of fuel. Great. So we have to do it without air support. Alright. Guys, they are engineers. You guys are literally an infantry battalion. Push them back.
George, we're lost in a damn it forest. Going in circles. George, moving. East. Baker here. Enemy engineers eliminated.
Good.
George, oh, so that's where we are. We're at November. Heading to Quebec. Baker here. Moving to Great Quebec. Item here. Quebec 3. It is. Charlie here. We're at Gulf Salmon. We've got a few orders, but nothing serious. Baker here. We're here at Quebec 3. Item here. We're at November 3. We're running close to half strength. Item here. Roger. Moving to Oscar 3. George, we're at Papa 3. On our way to Quebec 3.
Right.
George, we've arrived at Quebec 3. Item here. Headed to Quebec 3.
I'm not attacking that position without tank support. I don't know why they're waiting. Like, I don't know where else they want me to build the bridges. Oh, you want us to take them. Okay, fine.
Item here. Keep moving out too. They'll be expecting us.
Great. Yeah, just throw the infantry at the positions. Alright, fine. Guess the tanks are too valuable.
George, form up! We're attacking! Item here. Count on us to capture Stanton. Baker here. Spotted infantry at... George, they're in the kill zone. Engaging amplifier. HQ here. Sending officers to establish a forward Baker. Right from the tree and shoot anything that moves. Item here. We're at Quebec 3. We suffered moderate casualties. Alright? Heading to Quebec 4. Baker here. We wiped out an entire infantry company.
Nice job.
Baker here. It's ours now. Item here. Roger. Garrisoning Xanton.
Nice job, boys.
Dog here. Moving to Great Oscar 5.
Alright.
Dog here. There's a herd of sheep in our path to slow our progress. Charlie here. Got eyes on. Infantry. And... Frosty, everyone. Heading to BC here. Preparing to assault. Charlie here. There, in the window. Suppress them and surround that building. Item here. We're here in Xanton. Dog here. We're at Oscar 5. We've taken minor casualties.
Well, the good news is...
I don't see any of them coming. I think those enemy infantry are toast.
Another one down.
Planting the flag at Dock.
Alright, we've secured this area, now on to the last one.
Easy here. You're here at... Charlie here. We've arrived at...
Okay, we've secured one of the objectives. For some reason, the tanks are not moving. They should be. Maybe the AI, maybe the game's glitched. But regardless... Let's see.
Charlie here. Headed to... Easy here. Alright. Dock here. Moving to grid. Fight 8. HQ here. That'll have to do for now. Expanding forward command post. Charlie here. God, a visual on. Infantry. And... Dock here. We're here at... Easy here. We've arrived at... Mine. 8. Dock here. Hey.
Alright, another bridge. Don't know how many you guys want. I guess I'll just keep building them until you tell me to stop.
Dock here. November 7. It is. Charlie here. Stay frosty, everyone. But preparing to us. Easy here. Moving out to the expected message. But we've engaged a mixed force of enemy tanks and infantry.
Oh, there's tanks. Gee, sure would be nice if my own tanks were here. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Pull back.
We're leaving. Make sure no one gets left behind.
Yeah, no, pull back. Until these tanks push forward, we can't... Yeah, I can't take this position.
Fox here. We last saw Jaguar at November 10. Charlie here. Everyone's calmed down at Lima 7. Dog here. We're at Oscar 5. We've got a few wounded, but nothing serious. Roger. Moving to November 6. HQ here. Staff officers are ready to deploy a forward command post.
Alright, game, you gonna move the tanks out yet? Like, seriously, if the tanks don't move by the 10-minute mark, I might have to put a thing up on Steam saying, hey, this has got some bugs. These need to be fixed.
Dog here. We're at Oscar 5. We've taken minor casualties. Dog here. Engineers, hold up. Dog here. Headed to November 6.
Alright, 12 minutes and they still haven't moved. I mean, I get it. They want you to clear the path for them. I understand that. But still. Alright, you guys are glitched out too, aren't you? Alright, figured as much.
Alright, heading to grid Mike 5.
Still nothing. Huh.
Moving to grid Papa 6.
Well, this is really weird, because if they don't move, then the mission doesn't end until time runs out, and then we're basically screwed.
Charlie here. Easy here. Headed to Fox here. Moving to grid Mike. We last saw Jaguar at November 10. Charlie here. Got a visual on Payne. We've spotted Jaguar at November 10. Charlie here. We've arrived at Mike 8. Fox here. We're at Oscar 5. We've taken minor casualties. Fox here. There! Head to the woods! Dog here. There's no enemies to retreat from. Charlie here. Plan will be of no enemies to retreat. HQ here. Point here. We have no damage to the kill zone. Aim for the track.
Come on.
Oh, here. We're at Oscar 5. We've got a few wounded, but nothing serious. Out here. We're at Salt 7. We don't have enough medical supplies for the wounded. Garrisoning. Gawk. HQ here. Backing up the forward command post. Roger. God damn it. This is like suicide. Roger. Falling back. Out here. We've arrived at Gawk.
Why are the tanks moving? I can't do this without tanks.
We regrouped at Hilo 8 and are awaiting orders. We arrived at those tanks got eyes on Jaguar and
Yep, pull back. This is ridiculous. The tanks just will not move. I can't control them, so I don't know why they're not moving.
Charlie here. We just rallied at easy here. Everyone's calmed down at nine.
I hate this, because I can't, like...
Charlie here. We last saw Table here. Sorry.
I can't call in an airstrike. Like, I can't do anything unless the tanks move up. Which I don't think they're going to.
HQ here. The forward command post can now be deployed. Baker here. We can't do that, sir. Baker here. Roger. Moving to Papa. 8. George here. All right. Heading to grid, Papa. 8. Item here. Moving to grid, Papa. 8.
Maybe we can give the tanks something else to shoot at, and then we can flank them. I mean, where did you guys want your bridges to be built? I've given you 3 of them right here.
George, we're here at Papa. 8. Dog here. We're at Oscar. 5. We've taken minor casualties. Dog here. Papa. 5. It is.
Now I'm annoyed. Because they, like... If the tanks won't move, then we can't do one of the major objectives, which is literally every tank reaches the area.
Dog here. We're at Oscar 5. We've got a few wounded, but nothing serious.
And unless we knock out that tank, I can't even take the final position. This is ridiculous. I'm literally can't do this because the game won't let me.
Table here. Up here. We're at Echo. 5.
Okay, hold on.
Roger. Roger. Moving to easy here. All right. Heading Charlie here. Lima 9. It is.
Maybe we can flank them. The game does take flanking into account, so maybe...
Charlie here. We've arrived at Lima 9. Charlie here. We can see. Roger. And November 9. Charlie here. Headed to I 9. Roger. All right. Heading to easy here. Going to grid November 9. Charlie. They got the answer. Fire at will. It's Charlie. Machine gun stand by. Flank it. Take out.
Come on, guys.
Easy here.
Thank
Those
you.
Tanks ain't moving no more. Enemy tanks. HQ here. The operation's nearly over. Roger. Preparing to assault. Easy here. Moving out to end under new management.
Well, the tanks didn't move, that's on the developer's part. I'm gonna have to let them know about that. Oh, it's cool. Goddess, don't worry about it. It's just annoying because this group moved, so I don't know what more they want. I built the bridge, they crossed. I don't know what more they want. Wait, is it... Hold on.
Out here. Headed to Echo 6.
I wonder if it's because...
Charlie here. All right. Heading to grid Echo 6.
Hang on. Could it be because...
Arrived at Echo 6.
Nope. I thought they wouldn't move without an escort, but no. My guys are right there.
Charlie here. We're at 7. We're headed to Echo HQ here. That'll have to do for now. Standing for
Yeah,
command
no,
post.
they are not moving even with an escort. So,
Charlie here. We're here at Echo 6. Cable here. The enemy's falling back on that. Looks like we won.
Yeah.
HQ here. That's a wrap.
that's
All
a
units
very
begin and
odd
wait
kind
till
of victory.
Cable here. Still at full strength. Maybe we'll get some action next time. Baker here. That was a tough battle, but we're still combat ready. Charlie here. Those damn replacements. Keep getting killed. Dog here. There's a few losses, but it could have been worse. Easy here. Got a light beating. Nothing too serious. Dog here.
Yeah, no, I don't care. Like, it's a minor victory because you guys didn't even advance, so, bleh. You didn't even, some of you didn't even take any losses. You just sat there with your thumbs up your asses. Alright, so here's the thing. Normally I would stop here, but there's one level left in the DLC, and I'm not going to be able to stream next week probably because I'm going to be moving, so I'm going to go ahead and finish this one. Just a one and done. Let's do all of them. Groningen. 4.5 million Dutch civilians have been cut off from food supplies since September. Quickly capture Groningen and feed the starving people. Humanitarian mission. Hi. April 14th. Welcome to Groningen. Its features are the Martini Tower and the university. Archaeological evidence shows Groningen to have been inhabited 13,000 years ago. A historical trade city, in 1614, the Academica Groningana University was established. It was attacked by a bishop named Bernard von Galen in 1672, and his use of gunpowder and throwing bombs gave rise to his nickname of Bommenbarend. To protect historical buildings and civilians, the Canadian Army forbid the use of artillery and bombardment on the historic city center during its liberation. Thanks, Draken, I appreciate it. Alright. One of the last bastions of German resistance is the large city of Groningen, population 150,000. Due to the presence of so many civilians, artillery and aerial bombardment is forbidden. Capture the city as quickly as possible using any units at your disposal. Once captured, move all units to the crossroads to start distributing much-needed food supplies amongst the civilian. Enemy strength. A hodgepodge of Army, Air Force, Navy troops, and even the Dutch SS. Anti-tank guns, infantry, and one panzer squadron. The south end of Groningen is heavily fortified, and there's minefields south of the canals. Advice. Use the engineers to construct a bridge to flank it and attack from the north. South end is heavily fortified, and there's minefields south of the canals. So, down through here. And we're not allowed to use artillery. So, this is ill-advised, but so no air support, just infantry and tanks. Wait, I thought you said I was forbidden from using artillery. Artillery and aerial bombardment is forbidden. Then why are you letting me pick? Like, why are you letting me, like, pick artillery? I'm a little confused. Like, you say it's forbidden. Like, I can even pick the air fleet. Like, the aircraft. Wait a minute, which is it? Yeah. Artillery and aerial bombardment is forbidden. Okay, then why are you letting me pick? Like, why are you letting me pick? Because I would want to take... I would want to take the artillery. I mean, alright, fine. You know what? I'll play it like the game wants. We will not use any artillery or any airstrikes. We will just do it normally. I mean, they may say you can't deploy these. Well, let's find out. Let's get the best tank units I got. We're gonna need plenty of them. Nope! They're letting me take the aircraft!
Infantry company here. You can call us Able.
Groningen
Here
still
at
has many
Echo
civilians.
12. Let's get to
Command has
work.
forbidden the use of artillery and aerial bombardments to reduce civilian casualties.
48 Highlanders Infantry, reporting for HQ here. Deploying reserve air support. Air support. Reporting in is call sign Cal. Infantry, company.
Well,
You can call
okay.
us Curly. We're at Dole.
Here's the way I see
Let's
it.
show what we're made of.
I can't use bombardment, but I can still take pictures, so I can see where everything is.
Edward Infantry, reporting
That's
for
fine.
duty. Will be dog. We're at Hotel 12. Ready for action? Thanks. Reporting in is call sign Easy. We're at India 12. Thanks. Ready to roll.
Oh shit, I didn't grab...
Tanks here. You can call up.
No, we need to go back. I need to go back. Because I didn't get any engineers.
Infantry, company, reporting for duty. Boys are ready.
I only have infantry and tanks. I need engineers, because we need to clear the minefields. So, how do I go back? Okay, didn't want to do that, but fine. Oh, and fun fact for anyone who's interested, this game has online co-op, too, so you can play with a friend. Yeah, there should be a retry, but oh well. Honestly, looking at, like, the typos here, I have a feeling this mission was rushed. I'm just looking at the typos. Alright, let's try this again. I want my most elite units. Alright, grab the tank units. And then we can, yeah, and then we can get the Horizon Wing. Okay. Yeah. I'm not gonna bomb an entire city full of civilians.
Let's get the job done. 48 Highlanders Infantry here. HQ here. You heard the general. Move out.
Alright. Get my reserves.
HQ here. Reserve. Air support coming right up. Air support reporting for duty. We'll be eyes in the skies.
How? Aerial Recon, Hotel 7.
Here. Coordinates confirmed. We'll photograph. Hotel 7.
See what we find. We got 20 minutes. Yeah, Raleigh is for this last mission. They're like, no artillery and no aerial bombardment. There's too many civilians. So yeah, we are not going to do that. Let's see what kind of photos come back, though. Easy, move to Charlie 11.
Here. Moving to grid. Charlie 11.
In case there's a minefield. Get me more pictures of Spider-Man!
Here. Annual 30 finished. Ready for our next mission.
Ah, shit. That's a lot of guys. I know they're under strength, but still. Damn. Alright, that's a lot more than I thought. They've even got anti-tank positions. Damn it. Okay. So that one goes here. How? Aerial Recon, India 5. Aerial Recon, oh, well, hold on. Here.
Here. India 5. Alright, be back in a jiffy.
Abel, Baker, Charlie, move to Charlie 10.
Get down!
Oh shit, artillery!
From an unknown position.
It's probably the anti-tank guns. Fox and George, move to Charlie 8.
George here. Moving to grid currently 8. Baker here. Got the cover! Where are those shells coming from? Charlie here. We're engaged at here. Get our planes for fuel for our next stop.
Mostly engineers, and it looks like there's an infantry group over there. How? Aerial Recon, Foxtrot 4.
here. Foxtrot. 4. Confirmed. Were your eyes in the sky?
Well, at least we know where the artillery was coming from.
Fox here. Woo! We completely destroyed an enemy company.
Easy, move to Charlie 7.
Easy here. Roger. Moving to Charlie 7. Charlie here. We've arrived at...
Dog, move to Charlie 11.
Dog here. All right. Heading to grid Charlie 11. Easy here. They're in the woods with us. Watch your shot. You don't want to hit any ground. Oh, here. Air support ready for the next stop. George here. You're at Kilo 12.
What? What? Why are you... Oh, you didn't move. Damn it.
George here. Joel 12. It is. Baker here. Moving to Charlie here. Headed to Cable here. All right. Heading to grid Charlie. Oh, that came from... You're at Charlie 8. We're running close to half strength. Easy here. We can see we've lost visuals on air. They were last seen at Bravo 6. And George here. We're at Hotel 12. We're en route to headed to Echo 12.
It slows me down because I have to handhold these guys.
Easy here. We've arrived at Charlie 7.
Abel, Charlie, Baker, move to Charlie 6.
Charlie here. Charlie 6. It is. Able here. We're at Charlie 8. On our way to Charlie 6. Charlie here. Got a visual on. Here at Bravo 5. Dog here. We're at Charlie 11. Dog here. Headed to Charlie 9.
Abel, Baker, Charlie, move to Bravo 5.
Hey, Charlie here. Bravo 5. It is.
Wipe out that engineer group so we don't have to worry about them.
Fox here. We're at Charlie 8. Dog here. We're at Charlie. George here. We're at Echo 12. George here. Roger. Moving to Charlie
Okay.
10.
There we go. That's
Able here. And fire.
really just a group of engineers, guys. Kill them.
Baker. You're engaged at Charlie 6. Assisted by Able and Charlie Fair at Bravo 5. Are firing upon us from outside our range. Baker. That's right. Come on, you cowards.
Yeah, they can't run anywhere, though.
Able here. Got eyes on Fair at Delta. Baker here. Enemy engineers eliminated.
Thought so. Alright.
Easy here. Headed to Charlie 5.
We'll build a bridge like they said, and we'll flank around from the north.
George here. We are here at Charlie 10.
Where are the tanks? They said there were tanks. How? Aerial recon, Delta 2.
Oh, here. The guy checking out Delta 2. Get that bridging vehicle in place.
I'm willing to bet there are tanks at the crossroads.
George here. You're at Charlie 10. Moving to grid Charlie 7. Fox here. We're at Charlie 8. Charlie 7. It is. Fox here. We're here at Charlie 7.
Yeah, if I had a tank group, I'd be putting them at the crossroads to prevent people from moving in.
Baker here. Arrived at Bravo 5. Oh, here. Sortie complete. What's the next one quarter?
No? Huh. Interesting.
George here. We're at Charlie 7.
Okay. Well, once the bridge is up...
Easy here. We're still working on that bridge.
Huh.
Bridge is done.
Nice. Fox and George move to Charlie 3.
George here. Roger. Moving to Crossroads. George here. We're at Charlie 6. We're headed to Crossroads.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Fox here, moving to grid, Charlie 5. George here, we're at Charlie 6. We're en route to Crossroads. Get an angle of those foxholes. George here, we're at Charlie 5. On our way to Crossroads. George here, Roger, moving to Delta. Fox here, we're at Charlie 5.
Get across there. Help those engineers.
Fox here, headed to Delta. We're combat engineers, but we sure prefer engineering. Fox, Quadra, stand out. Don't let them get a beat on you. Fox here, full on fire. Get down. Anyone see who's shooting at us? Fox, we're engaged at Charlie 5. We're reported by George. We're fighting Cheetah at Delta 4. Repression able. Dog here, headed to Charlie 6.
Alright, once we deal with these guys, we gotta get in there. Abel, Baker, Charlie, move to Charlie 3.
Charlie here, Roger. Moving George here. He has the last of packing.
Good. Uh-oh.
George here, last saw. Cheetah at Del Fox here. Thanks here, taking heavy artillery fire. Fox here, you can count on us to capture. George here, stay frosty everyone. Heading to... Baker here, we're at...
Abel, Baker, Charlie, move to Gulf 5.
Charlie here, pull them up. We're attacking. George here, we're at Echo. Fox here, we're at Echo 4. We're en route to Groningen.
Dog, move to location 1.
Dog here, Roger. Moving to Crossroads. George here, street uncovered. Started mouse-holing and are moving from building to building. HQ here, sending officers to establish a forward CT. Units in the AO will receive significant benefits from additional coordination and leadership.
How? Aerial reconnaissance, Juliet 5. Oh, alright, fine.
Out here, get your smiles ready, Jerry. You're going to... No, here, we're at Charlie 4, on our way to Crossroads.
Oh, yeah, sure, we can't use artillery, but that doesn't stop the enemy.
Tank here, taking heavy artillery fire. George here. What? Charlie here. Side eye. Cheetah and... Dog here, headed to Echo 3. Charlie here, we last saw. And heading...
This is bullshit.
Out here, you call, we deliver. Where next? George here. There's more back to me from. Charlie here. Cheetah and go. Heading. George here. Stay frosty, everyone. Fox here. Preparing for the assault. Groningen. Fox here. Evil here. Get down. Being shelled from an unknown position.
Yeah, the artillery's coming from down there, but I can't do anything about it.
George here. HQ here, backing up the forward command post. George here. Stay frosty, everyone. Heading to... Cover! Where are those ships? Engage that. Assisted by Able Fox. Got a visual on Dingo. Dog here. We last saw Cheetah at Gulf.
Oh my gosh, this is dumb. You can't use artillery, there's too many people in the city, but the Germans are just gonna lob shells around like it's going out of style.
Charlie, got eyes on Cheetah and Gulf. Heading right for us. moving. Damn! Shells from an unknown position. We are being shelled hard here. Talk, you're staying here, taking heavy artillery fire.
How? Aerial recon, India 8.
Oh, here. Gotcha. We'll take a look at India 8. George here. Hey, a reading out here.
Okay, you know what? How? Cancel sortie.
Need cable here. Oh, here. Lane's pulling out.
No, I don't care. My men are dying for this. Forget it. How? Aerial bombardment, Juliet 8. Oh, it literally will not let me.
Oh, here. Juliet 8.
Nope, I guess it will.
Hit him. George here. Where are those shells coming from? We've got so many. Talk, here. Put it in the first. George here. Tanks pulling out. Cable here. We're regrouping as quickly as we can. George here. He's captured. George here. Everyone shut up and calm down. Sorry about that. We're at Echo.
How? Cancel sortie.
Oh, here. Party's over. Air sortie canceled.
You
They're
German
awaiting orders.
bastards.
Roger. Moving to.
You...
Oh, here. Delta. We've arrived.
Okay, y'all probably didn't see that, but I skimmed it and got it. So, apparently, despite the fact that we were killing each other, literally it said that, you know, people are at risk of starving to death, so we've negotiated a ceasefire. So, literally,
George here.
both sides are gonna
We're
stop.
already at that location. Here, Roger. Moving to. Delta. Cable
Yeah,
here.
both
Okay,
sides are
we're
gonna
pulling
stop
out.
so we can get food into the people.
Baker here. Delta 3, it is Talk. Okay, we're pulling out of the mission area. Talk, we're here at Delta 3. Talk, Roger, moving to Crossroads. We're done our part, leaving the mission area. Oh, here, that's right, run!
So-
The war won't last much longer with battles like that.
You're telling me I lost all those men just for us to negotiate a ceasefire?
Severely under strength. Gonna need a ton of replacements. Baker here, that was too much for our unit. Requesting to be taken off the line.
Yeah, I've lost a lot of men because of this. Son of a bitch. Wow, it's almost like they turned it into a freaking fortress that I should have had support with. But no, just, yeah. I had an almost 50% casualty rate doing this. No, I'm not doing this. I'm literally just going to send letters saying blame High Command. The winter of 1944 to 45, called the Hongewinter, due to food shortages caused by German blockades. Over 4.5 million Dutch civilians were on the brink of starvation. The Royal Canadian Air Force, Royal Air Force, and the U.S. Army Air Force performed emergency aerial food drops and reached agreement with German forces to refrain from downing relief planes. A ground-based operation also saw over 200 trucks of food delivered. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. So the Air Forces did this? Then why the fuck did you send me? Why did I lose over like 300, 400 men if we were just gonna... historically, they did an airdrop. Why didn't you do that in the game? Like the thing about it saying, oh, we've negotiated a truce so we can bring supplies in. What? Look, you want to make a game? Fine. You want to make a historical game? Fine. Then don't give bullshit reasons for levels. This literally just could have been, hey, probe the defenses. If they're too strong, we'll try another option. No, this one's like, attack, take the city. You can't use artillery. You can't bomb anything. But then once we take it, they're like, oh yeah, we've negotiated a ceasefire. You can pull your guys back now. When historically, they literally used the Air Force, the air power to drop supplies. Why? And yes, I know that it's like, oh, well, they have the, what, maybe you were opening the lane for the truck-based operation. It doesn't matter. I lost all of those men because I wasn't allowed to, like, you know, use anything. That level was designed to get your guys slaughtered. And then the game's just like, oh, well, don't worry, ceasefire. Which translation is, we're going to stop you from getting killed. And I was literally 10 seconds away from an airstrike pummeling that artillery position. Because, I'm sorry, in a game like this, if my men are dying because of stupid restrictions, fuck the restrictions. Like, those men were my men were getting slaughtered because I couldn't use artillery, I couldn't use airstrikes, but the Germans were throwing artillery shells around like it was going out of style. So, no, if the enemy cheats or doesn't care about innocent life, then I can at least be constructive or try to be careful with my airstrikes. Like, I know this is going to sound really dour and very dark. Civilians die in war. That is part of it, unfortunately. They should be avoided if possible. But, I'm sorry, if you're literally saying, it's basically like saying, yeah, tie one hand behind your back and we're going to take your gun away from you. Go fight the enemy. Just, ugh. Not a good level to end on, guys. Seriously. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. So now you... Okay. Yeah. Now you're gonna show me how many men I lost in the DLC. Okay. I'm very bitter. Well, that's gonna do it. That is the end of Radio General. There is more coming. The creators of this game have said that there's more stuff coming. Maybe not other DLCs for this, but there is more stuff coming in the future. What? I don't know. I think one of them's Radio Pacific, where you get to command an aircraft carrier, which that'll be fun. But yeah, for now, that's the end of this series. I know a lot of people find this game kind of meh in terms of like enjoying it, but it's a game that it's one of the very first games I got to share with a lot of people, and that's why all the units have all those cool names. It's because people wanted, you know, their own units. So that's going to do it for this. Hans, launch the artillery. But, sir, there are civilians in the area. Hans, did I stutter? Yeah. Anyway, big thank you to all those of you who showed up. We're not going to raid anybody tonight. I hope you all had a good time. I love you all. And I've been Zaruk Windcaller, and remember, the memories you make in life, good and bad, make you who you are. Don't change them for anything. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow for a little special surprise on Saturday. And then Sunday, we have Wildermyth with Azzy. So, with that, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great night. Bye-bye!